traveling are camped inside, and they are being protected by the CPM leaders and a number of cops, including the two DCPs and the city police
I want to
commissioners, are
also see
camped.
how the ED has been attacked by the left workers, and I want to go across to Saurabh, also joining us from the capital. Saurabh, what are you picking up as we are seeing these pictures where the ED had officials had reached the Thampanur police station to register a complaint on the attack on their team?
Yes, these officials have reached the police station to register their FIR against the members of the CPM who were here present at this location to stage a protest against the raids conducted at the former CM Pinarayi Vijayan's residence earlier this morning. And there was a huge scuffle between the Delhi police and the protesters who came here to stage a protest. And after that massive protest, a scuffle broke out, and 4 to 5 people have been detained by the Delhi police in this regard. And as you can see behind me, there is currently a heavy security deployment at this area so that no other protesters can visit this official ED office and ED headquarters situated in the national capital, and they can stage a protest here. So there is a heavy security deployment, and apart from this, more than 4 police buses are currently present at the spot to tackle the law and order situation here. And now the 4 people have been detained of the CPM party who were here earlier to stage a protest against this ED raids conducted at more than 10 locations in
the live visuals coming in where there's a protest happening in Delhi also. Protests have erupted as the ED raids former Kerala Chief Minister. The left workers attacked the ED team raiding Pinarayi Vijayan. There's a protest also happening in the capital. Saurabh, give us more details.
Yes, at several places in the national capital, the protests are going on currently basically against the ED raids, which was conducted this morning at more than 10 locations in connection with the 1.72 crore rupees as the former CM's Pinarayi Vijayan's daughter company was also involved in this 1.72 crore rupees financial irregularity scam case. And due to this, major protest erupted in the national capital as the CPM leaders are currently protesting against these raids which were conducted in Kerala. And ED officers have also reached the police station to file an FIR in this regard, as the protesters have gathered outside the ED's official headquarters, which is situated in the national capital, to stage a protest. And due to that, a major scuffle broke out when the police had a confrontation with those protesters who came here. And after the confrontation, there was a major scuffle, and more than 4 leaders were detained in this regard by the Delhi police. And there is a heavy security deployment at this place so that no other protests can erupt at the ED office headquarters situated in the national capital. However, as you can see, there are 4 police buses are also present to tackle the whole law and order situation outside the ED headquarters. And if you can see that ahead of me, there is a barricading also. And the protesters were stopped by the Delhi police at that point only, so that they could not move ahead to the ED office headquarters. And these are the latest details which we are picking up from the ground.
Okay, I want to sort of just go back to Kerala in Thiruvananthapuram, where my colleague Sankar is joining us from. Sankar, you've just got visuals about the latest that's coming in from there, as it's clearly ED versus left playing out in Kerala.
Yes, and now we can see in front of the CPM area committee office, the CPM MLA Joy is meeting the media persons, telling their stance that they won't allow at any cost the cops to arrest the people, the accused, the as many as 10 CPM workers who attacked the vehicle in which the ED officials were traveling after conducting the raid at the house of Pinarayi Vijayan. Now we can see a number of cops, including the DCPs, city DCPs behind me, and other cops are standing outside the CPM area committee office, to ensure that all the accused are arrested on time and without much delay. The police and the CPM workers are in a confrontation with each other, as the police is under tremendous pressure to arrest all the accused who are still hiding inside the CPM area committee office at Palayam, after attacking the vehicle in which the ED officials were traveling. They were attacked. The vehicle was attacked using bricks, stones, and other kinds of weapons. And after the attack, they escaped to Palayam area committee office. They are still hiding inside the office, and the cops, and even the DGP has given strict direction. Now we can see the former Minister V. Shivankuti is coming out of the area committee office here in Palayam. Now we can see Shivankuti is speaking with the cops to bring the situation under control, because it has become a big shame for the cops, as it was despite arranging all the security measures and deploying cops from RRF and even the central forces. The CPM workers attacked the ET officials so brutally using woods, sticks and other weapons in front of all the cops, and it has become a clear law and order situation fail. Despite taking all the measures, the CPM could attack the ED officials in front of all the cops who were standing to guard the ED officials while coming out of Pinarayi Vijayan's house at Thiruvananthapuram. Now, when the cops tried to arrest them, they are rushed out of that place and reach this Palayam area committee office, where they are still hiding. Now the cops are here to make sure that all the 10 accused, even they collected the images of all the accused from the visuals which were showed by media people, and when the city police commissioner collected visuals from all the mobiles and even the cameras, and identified each and every people who attacked the ED officials. Some among the ED officials and even several cops were injured in the attack because of the broken glass pieces as they broke the window glasses of the car, even the back glasses and even the front glasses of the car were broken by the CPM workers, and it pierced through their bodies, and they were injured. And soon the driver, who is it was a private vehicle in which the ED officials moved to the house of Pinarayi Vijayan. Straight from the Pinarayi Vijayan's house, they moved to the Tambanur police station, and where they were lodged safely.
The left protest jolt Delhi and Kerala over the raids against former Chief Minister Vijay. And I also want to say, in fact, there is more. Okay, also we're going to stay with this news and update. Coming up after a short break, we tell you what's happening there, where the left workers attacked the ED team that had gone to raid former Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025, when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink, and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? है। अरे मेरे राजा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false?
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा सिंह। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिंह।
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH।
Character, the taste of success.
R Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her.
R Pure सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा R Pure मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है?
अरे मेरे राजा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this man, do right-wingers feel, this man, this accused rapist is one of our own? So hence, regardless of what happens, one of our own should never be accused. It's like all those people, those radical Islamists who say that as long as the act of murder or crime of terrorism is carried out by a Muslim, it must be defended. This very thought, ladies and gentlemen, is completely unacceptable. And we need to make the point more strongly because it's not the first time this has happened. This happened in the case of Bilkis Bano. When in Gujarat, the rapists of Bilkis Bano came out, they were greeted with tikas and sweets. And it was happening openly. This was an act of defiance. A manner of saying, so what? It is a Hindu who carried out the act of rape and hence we will celebrate him. We will forgive the person. Ladies and gentlemen, we are nobody to forgive. And the last thing we should do is celebrate rapists. This was a shameful moment then. This is a shameful moment now. Sengar was another shameful moment when some people said, oh, Sengar is from, the BJP and hence he can be seen smiling after carrying out the act of rape. And people would celebrate him and say, no, our leader can do no wrong. That was another shameful moment for the right.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge?
We go across to breaking news that's first coming in. Days after the arrest of TMC leader and Madhya Municipality Chairman Dipankar Bhattacharya, police recovered 5 sacks concealed under a jute field in Baduria. Locals have claimed the sacks were filled with cash, though an official statement from the police is still awaited. Bhattacharya was earlier arrested on charges of corruption, and around 80 lakh rupees in cash along with huge quantities of government relief materials were recovered from his computer center during the earlier raid. We stay with those pictures that are coming in. Cash sacks, that is, police recovered 5 sacks concealed under this jute field in Baduria. And the locals have said the sacks were filled with cash. Those pictures that you can see of those 5 sacks, they are cash sacks. And an official statement comes from the police is still awaited. Bhattacharya, remember viewers, was earlier arrested on charges of corruption. 80 lakh rupees in cash along with huge quantities of government relief materials were recovered from his computer center during the earlier raid. That's our top focus, and we're going to come back to that.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है?
अरे मेरे राजा,
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी every day.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him.
All right, there's breaking news that's coming in right now as we are speaking, viewers. This is the news. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister C. Joseph Vijay arrives at Seva Tirth to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi. These are the visuals that are coming in. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister has arrived in New Delhi. He'll be having crucial meetings with Prime Minister Modi and Union Home Minister Amit Shah. The high-profile visit sparked intense political speculation. There were discussions expected to focus on key state issues. These are visuals coming in of Vijay's Delhi visit. As there's a major shift in Tamil Nadu politics, there's growing national attention on the rising influence of the TVK government. And coming up after a short break, we tell you more details about Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Vijay arriving in New Delhi for key meetings with Prime Minister Modi and Amit Shah, highly anticipated. Much more after a short break. Stay on with us.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MDH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
Character, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son, Samarth Singh, escape after bringing the body of his wife to AIIMS? Is it true that the ex-judge's son's medical examination was not conducted? The police station is right behind the ex-judge's Giribala's house. Why was no call made? Why did it take 5 days to file an FIR in the case? Who stalled it? Why was the victim's family attacked in court if there's nothing to hide? And did a very senior police officer go to AIIMS that night to try and fudge the post-mortem report? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking these questions. Now I ask you, am I right or wrong in asking these questions? And if I don't, who will? Will the government of Madhya Pradesh raise these questions? The Chief Minister doesn't have 30 seconds.
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
In a major breakthrough.
Brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
In a major breakthrough in Twisha Sharma's death case, CBI now seeks judicial custody of Giribala Singh. CBI claims that Giribala's sister was present during the post-mortem. A huge disclosure made during the court hearing on Giribala's bail cancellation. State claims 7 injuries found on Twisha's body. Huge drama unfolds outside Kerala. The former Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan's residence. CPIM workers attacked. ED officials present there to raid. ED officials present there for the raid attacked. Days after the arrest of TMC leader and Baduria municipality chairman Dipankar Bhattacharya, police recovers 5 sacks concealed under a jute field in Baduria. 5 sacks of cash. Good evening, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking, and I am Rakshita Mishra with you. Let's start with the breaking news that's coming in. CPIM workers have attacked the vehicle of the ED officials in Thiruvananthapuram. They were protesting against the central agency's searches at the 10 premises in Kerala now. The residence of former Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan, who is the present leader of opposition, has been raided, and the Cochin Minerals and Rutile Limited in this case. And you can see, viewers, the high drama that unfolded in Thiruvananthapuram. You can see the heavy security deployment, and you can almost see that the protesters have outnumbered the security personnel, and there was a clash, violent clash, and the car, you can see, was badly attacked, viewers. These are horrific visuals that have come in. The left workers attacking the ED officials' vehicle, and these are scenes. You can see they have even used bricks. Dangerous, very risky, and extremely violent behavior that's displayed by the left workers. Shankar is joining us on the broadcast for more. Shankar, tell us more details about what's been happening. These are really, really violent scenes that are emerging from Thiruvananthapuram today.
Yes, dramatic scenes are evolving up in front of the area committee office of CPM in Thiruvananthapuram city, where we can see a large number of people are, means the CPM leaders are standing right in front of the main door of the CPM area committee office, preventing the cops from entering inside to arrest the accused who attacked the vehicle, which the vehicle in which the ED officials were traveling after finishing the raid. While they were coming out of Pinarayi Vijayan's house. They unleashed an attack against the vehicle, and some ED officials were injured as they used bricks, stones, and other weapons to attack the vehicle. And the front glasses, window glasses, and even the back glasses broken into pieces, and some pieces pierced into the bodies of the ED officials, and they were hospitalized. Soon, it was a major shame for the entire Kerala State Police, and these people, the CPM workers who attacked the ED officials, rushed to the CPM area committee office at Palayam in Thiruvananthapuram city. Now, the police also came behind them, but they were not allowed to enter inside the office to record their arrest. The CPM workers are standing, resisting, and defending their workers, are resisting the police action, and say they will not be, the cops will not be allowed to enter inside at any cost. The CPM workers say there is no proof that it was CPM workers who unleashed the attack. Then the DCP and other cops produced some visuals which were collected from the media person and from other people who showed the visuals, collected the visuals and showed the CPM leaders the images of the people who unleashed the attack against the vehicle. Soon there was a talk with senior CPM leaders in front of the CPM area committee office, and even in the 5 rounds of talks, no consensus was reached, and the talks are still going on with the cops and the CPM officials. At any point were allowing the cops to enter inside and record the arrest. Once the arrest is made, the issue can be solved by clearing the procedures. When I spoke to the DCPs, there are 2 DCPs in Thiruvananthapuram city. They say they have to arrest because they have to follow the law and order in situation. They have to place the law and order situation under control, because a serious offense took place by unleashing an attack against Central Agency Enforcement Directorate. The law and order system has come to a fall, and they have to maintain it at any cost. And they say at any cost, even resisting the resistance of the CPM workers at the area committee office, they will go on with the arrest of these CPM workers. Now they are deploying more cops to the CPM area committee office to do an operation, to do an adventurous operation, even to record the arrest. When we spoke to the senior CPM leaders, John Britas is here, Joy is here, Prashant is here, and other senior CPM leaders are here. When we spoke to them, it was learned that they are in a position that they don't allow at any point to allow the cops to arrest the accused who unleashed the attack against the vehicle in which the ED officials were traveling. Now we can see on the road, the CPM workers are still holding talks with the cops to settle the issue amicably and to avoid the arrest of the CPM workers. But a number of CPM workers are still standing in front of the main door of the area committee office, where we can see these workers say they are adamant and they are strong on their stance that they don't allow at any cost the arrest of the CPM workers who unleashed the attack. The visuals of all the 10 people who attacked the vehicle in which the ED officials were traveling were shared with the CPM leaders. And
Absolutely,
even it was
this is the action must be taken. We've seen even one of the police officers bleeding there. Thank you so much in the meantime, Shankar, for joining us. Viewers, we're shifting our focus to Assam, where the Legislative Assembly has passed the Uniform Civil Code Bill 2026. Assam has become the first state in Northeast India, the third in the country, to adopt the UCC bill. The bill was passed amid uproar from the opposition, which demands that the legislation be sent to a select committee. Viewers, so that's the breaking news we have right now. It's the third. Assam Assembly has passed the Uniform Civil Code bill, becoming the third state after Uttarakhand and Gujarat to, in fact, pass a Uniform Civil Code bill. And while there has been a lot of uproar from the opposition, the bill was passed today. Let's listen into what happened in the assembly.
Today, Assam Assembly adopted Uniform Civil Code. Assam will be the third state after Uttaranchal and Gujarat to have an Uniform Civil Code. We have passed the bill today. Now it will be forwarded for assent of the President of India. Once we got the assent, the bill will become act and it will be enforced in our state. I am very happy that this was our election commitment. During our election campaign, we committed to the people of Assam that if BJP comes back to power, in the very first session of Assam Assembly, we will adopt Uniform Civil Code. Today we have passed the UCC and fulfill one of our commitment during the election. Today, Assam Assembly adopted Uniform Civil Code. Assam will be the third state after Uttaranchal and Gujarat to have an Uniform Civil Code. We have passed the bill today. Now it will be forwarded for assent of the President of India. Once we got the assent, the bill will become act and it will be enforced in our state. I am very happy that this was our election commitment. During our election campaign, we committed to the people of Assam that if BJP comes back to power, in the very first session of Assam Assembly, we will adopt Uniform Civil Code. Today we have passed the UCC and fulfill one of our commitment during the election.
We are getting in the latest update from the High Court in Madhya Pradesh as the hearing is underway, and this is in connection with the Twisha Sharma death case. The latest update we have is that the Solicitor General of India, Tushar Mehta, in the court is seeking the quashing of the anticipatory bail and questioning the grounds on which it was granted to Giribala Singh, the former judge and mother-in-law of Twisha Sharma. Mehta says, and I quote, Solicitor General Mehta says, and I quote, the considerations are, Giribala is 63-year-old, she lives in Bhopal, she would not run away. If these are the grounds, anticipatory bail should be granted in 90% of the cases. And press conferences are held with confidence. The press conference created a narrative and influenced the witnesses. The picture which is created is that this lady, that is Twisha, had liberal views. So the campaign, the way she was trying to weave an image, how Giribala was trying to weave an image of Twisha when she spoke to the media, has been pointed out by Solicitor General Tushar Mehta. He continues to argue that Giribala remained in the scene of the offence. It was sealed after the grant of anticipatory bail. We would like to know that what evidence were tampered with. Shambhavi joins us on the broadcast for more. Shambhavi, well, that's a very important point that have been raked up, being argued by Tushar Mehta, the Solicitor General of India. He points to tampering of evidence. First of all, he questions the grounds on which the bail was granted, A, and B, he also says that Giribala remained in the scene of the offence, and only when she was granted the anticipatory bail. First, the FIR took 3 days, and then she is granted within an hour of the registration of FIR, anticipatory bail, and then they would like to know what evidence was tampered with.
Well, actually, this is something that Republic has been pointing out since day one.
when we see at the timing at the filing of the FIR, the victim's family was bothered a lot. The victim's family had to struggle a lot just to get an FIR registered. And the FIR was registered very conveniently at a later time when the anticipatory bail was already given to Giribala Singh. Now, is she so powerful? The SG Tushar Mehta says that the judicial institutions and the agencies are on trial in this case because the accused, one of the main accused in this case, is from the fraternity. So it is very important that justice is delivered. It is very important that her bail is cancelled given the grounds of the bail. That even another point was made earlier that that she was issued notice thrice, but she did not join the investigation. She did not join the interrogation. And now he's making a very valid point that the Republic has been pointing out since day one of its coverage, that how is it so convenient? Is the accused so powerful that she managed to delay the FIR to a date which is later than the date of her anticipatory bail? She got anticipatory bail before the filing of the FIR. She was also, the victim's family also claims that they were repeatedly intimidated, saying that you better take your daughter's body and cremate her or we are not going to file an FIR. This was being said to the victim's family. The victim's family has spoken to the Republic about it. And such things were being done. Because she is so powerful. So basically, the Solicitor General Tushar Mehta is trying to make a point that she is a very powerful person and has a lot of influence, so she must have tampered with the evidence as well. And another point is that the area where this thing allegedly happened, where Twisha Sharma allegedly hung herself, was not cordoned off, was not sealed off for the longest time, and it was open to access. So a lot of evidence must have been tampered with, and it was only around 7 days, 8 days later that police came here with Samarth Singh. Not even 10 days. 10 days later, some police arrived here with Samarth Singh to recreate the scene. Till then, we don't know what amount of evidence was tampered with or removed from the site. And that is exactly the point that Solicitor General Tushar Mehta is making in the court right now. He asked for 5 minutes of court time to make his point. And he's making all the valid points. He's trying to build the ground on why the anticipatory bail given to Giribala Singh was unfair and was given in a very hurried manner, and is also trying to prove that Giribala Singh has been the former district judge. She still is serving as the president of the Consumer Dispute Redressal Forum, although that is being under scrutiny given that the Madhya Pradesh government had written to the Consumer Dispute Redressal Forum. Yeah. Given that you initiate an administrative inquiry into her role as the president. So we can see here that very strongly Tushar Mehta is trying to make all the valid grounds that even Republic has been constantly reporting on since day one on why her anticipatory bail should be cancelled.
Absolutely. And on your screens, viewers, Shambhavi is showing us the laser scanners. These are 3D laser scanners that you can see. One of the officials, is it a CBI official using the scanner for surveying the residents of Giribala Singh, Shambhavi?
Yes, Rakshita. This has been the case since the past 1.5 hours now, 1.5, 2 hours now, that we have seen CBI officials coming outside occasionally. First, they came outside to click pictures. Then later, some officials came outside to shoot pictures of each and every nook and corner of the house from outside, including the extended garden that they have here and everything. And now there's another CBI official who's standing outside with a 3D laser, who's documenting all the required evidences that he can from outside. And this has been the scene since just a few hours ago, when Madhya Pradesh police suddenly started forming a human chain and cordoned off the entire area for CBI to arrive with Samarth Singh. And they've been inside for a couple of hours with Samarth Singh, and occasionally they come out to document evidences from the outside of the house. They must be doing that in the inside of the house as well, but we have seen a lot of movement in the past couple of hours. Rakshita.
Absolutely. Let me just point out what the Solicitor General Mehta is arguing in the court as we speak. He's also pointed out that justice should be seen to be delivered. There are several issues. There is one thing I would like to point out, he says, from their reply. When we issue notice to respondent, she is well versed with the law, as that is the presumption. This is the mail sent by Giribala to IO on 21st of May. This is a respondent is very well aware that the investigative officer cannot interrogate the respondent, being a lady, after sunset. He's pointing to how the anticipatory bail was given even before that there was a hearing on that, before FIR was filed. Okay, I'll just go across to the pictures coming in from Seva Tirth in the national capital as Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, C. Joseph Vijay, is meeting the Prime Minister, and all smiles in that picture. The first meeting after he took oath as the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. Pictures coming in on your screens. Vijay in the national capital meeting the Prime Minister after he becomes the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and you can see this meeting that's underway at the Seva Tirth in the national capital, and calling on Prime Minister Modi, and he will be talking about Meghadatu Dam proposal also. He has urged Prime Minister Modi for that to reject the proposal ahead of the Delhi visit. He made that he urged the Prime Minister for that. It's the first meeting with the Prime Minister. State demands on agenda, made an official visit to the national capital, seeking support for Tamil Nadu's key projects, raising the Meghadatu water dispute as well. So pleasantries exchanged. You can see the visual, Prime Minister and the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister, TVK Chief and Tamil Nadu Chief Minister, and Adhav Arjuna, Senior Ministers of Tamil Nadu from the TVK accompanying Tamil Nadu Chief Minister as well for this visit, and detailed, and we see that the Charter of Demands likely to push for welfare and infra projects, fundings, clearances for developmental initiatives, and a resolution to the ongoing water dispute. And Vijay is expected to meet other leaders. We do not know the details yet, but today is his meeting with the Prime Minister. As you can see, it's a meeting. In fact, viewers, you can say it's very interesting that he's meeting the Prime Minister after 12 long years, and this happens after he takes over as the Chief Minister. He's elected the Chief Minister, and you can see that it's a high-profile visit, and a lot of concerns being raised by the DMK on this. Fears among the DMK leaders for possible TVK BJP understanding, but there's no word on that officially or as such signaling. But yes, there is lots on agenda. What we understand from the TVK side, for support for the state's projects, state projects, development projects, fishermen arrest, GST dues, etc., metro expansion in Chennai, and this is the TVK chief and the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister who's meeting. The Prime Minister is expected to meet the President also, President Draupadi Murmu, and the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman as well. And we'll keep an eye on those meetings as well. Right now, viewers, we have some breaking news coming in right now, and this is on the Karnataka political crisis, the leadership suspense. Now, what we know is that tomorrow is the day when Sitharamayya will be meeting the governor. He has an appointment with the governor at 3 p.m. Sitharamayya to resign as the Chief Minister of Karnataka tomorrow afternoon. Chief Minister Sitharamayya seeks the governor's time to submit resignation. This is a message coming in from the Lok Bhavan to arrive after 3 p.m. tomorrow. Messages coming in from the governor to the Chief Minister, as per our sources from Republic Kannada, sources telling Republic Kannada about the inside details, on the latest details as far as the leadership change is concerned. Sitharamayya seeking governor's appointment at 3 p.m. Sources tell Republic Kannada about the appointment of Sitharamayya with the governor. And we have Abhishek joining us on the broadcast for more. Abhishek, what have we picked up as far as the resignation is concerned, and what really has, for those who have just tuned in, what really has, made this step possible from Sitharamayya, who has been long adamant of not budging, and what's been the deal? What are the modalities that have been discussed?
6-hour-long meeting which happened between Mallikarjuna Kharge, Randeep Singh Surjewala, KC Venugopal, Siddaramaiah, DK Shivkumar along with Rahul Gandhi has come up with an unknown source, or probably has didn't want to inform the media that the leadership change in Karnataka is going to happen. After the 6-hour meeting finished, KC Venugopal had mentioned the fact that only things related to Rajya Sabha and the Parishad of Karnataka Council had been discussed. However, the speculation should come to an end, and the news that the medias are showing is completely far away from the truth. However, the sources of DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah claim that CM Siddaramaiah is set to resign from the position of Chief Minister tomorrow, that is 28th of May. The first thing CM will be doing in the morning is host a breakfast at his official residence, Kaveri in Bengaluru, for the Cabinet of Ministers, which will also be attended by Randeep Singh Surjewala, after which he'll be holding a press meet in the same location. And after some of the conversation between the media and CM Siddaramaiah for the last time as the Chief Minister, in the capacity of the Chief Minister, he will be leaving to Lok Bhavan to submit his resignation to the Governor of Karnataka. And after which on 29th May, there will be a CLP meeting that will be held in a private hotel, which will also be attended by Randeep Singh Surjewala, where the new CLP leader will be announced by Randeep Singh Surjewala, indirectly mentioning to say that DK Shivkumar will be elected as the new CLP leader, which in turn means to say he will be the next Chief Minister of the state of Karnataka. Within the first week of June, be it June 1 to June 5, in between June 1 and 5, DK Shivkumar will be coming back to Delhi to discuss upon the new cabinet members whom he should be taking into his cabinet, and also the conditions which has to be laid down by the High Command in front of DK Shivkumar, and he has to follow the same. In between June 6 and 8, June 8 is supposed to be the nomination day for filing the Rajya Sabha elections, and until then there will be no changes within the government, is what the sources of DK Shivkumar claims as per this point of time.
All right.
Anytime after June 9th, in between June 9 and June 15, DK Shivkumar is set to take the position as the Chief Minister of Karnataka. So these are the timeline of what might happen in the next couple of days.
All right, thank you so much, Abhishek. That's all the time we have in this edition, viewers, but we will continue to get you all the inside details of what's really brewing in the Congress camp, what's happening in the national capital and in Bengaluru. We'll get you everything. First on Republic TV, but first we have a quick break right now. On the other side, we continue to get you the details of the cashback that have been found on a Trinamool leader. And Republic TV will get you the details of the cashback that have been recovered from the field there.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
थोड़े में ज़्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा और मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape. or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape?
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo moto, so people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned,
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
In a major breakthrough in Twisha Sharma's death case, CBI seeks judicial custody. CBI claims Giribala's sister was present during post-mortem. Huge disclosure made during the court hearing on Giribala's bail cancellation. State claims 7 injuries found on Twisha's body. Huge drama unfolding outside Kerala. Former Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan's residence. CPIM workers attacked ED officials present there to raid. Days after the arrest of TMC leader and Baduria Municipality Chairman Dipankar Bhattacharya, police recovers 5 sacks concealed under a jute. 5 sacks of cash concealed under a jute field in Baduria. news coming in. Boost for India's stealth jet fighter program. MOD, the Ministry of Defence, has issued a request for proposal to 3 shortlisted bidders for the AMCA project. Viewers, shortlisted companies are L&T Bharat Electronics Limited, Tata Advanced Systems and Bharat Forge BEML. Of course, a big step forward in India's AMCA program. 3 private players, viewers, 3 private players in the reckoning, in the race to build India's first ever indigenous fighter jet, the 6th generation. We can have the visuals of the AMCA and not the combat soldiers there. All right. We will just to get you more details. All right, it was a big boost for India's stealth fighter jet program, and just get you more details. This is the DRDO which has approved this, and it's a big step forward as far as the AMCA is concerned. The much-awaited AMCA, of course, is going to take time, but the fact that it's a 15,000 crore rupee project, historic, as 3 private players are in the reckoning. India's homegrown stealth fighter jet, 5th generation fighter jet. India needs a 5th generation fighter jet, indigenous one, and a big boost in Atmanirbharta. A big boost in Atmanirbharta, of course, and paves the way for 2nd fighter jet. This proposal will be paving the way for a 2nd fighter jet production facility in India, besides that of Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. Let's go across to the latest inputs on Twisha Sharma's death story. We're getting in a word from the lawyer live. Listen in to what the lawyer is saying.
ये अलाउ होनी चाहिए और क्यों उनकी एंटिसिपेटरी बेल निरस्त होनी चाहिए। माननीय न्यायालय ने पूरा अभी 5:20 तक सबके बहस सुनने के बाद अब वो आदेश के लिए उन्होंने रखा हुआ है, और हमें उम्मीद है कि थोड़ी देर में हमें आदेश प्राप्त होगा, और हमें उम्मीद है कि हम सफल होंगे। फैसला लिखा जा रहा है अभी 5:20 तक सारे पक्षों के तर्क सुने गए।
Lawyer, in fact, he's speaking to the media. He speaks about how the judgment has been reserved for now but will be out shortly. In fact, listen into what he has to say.
हेयरिंग दी और दोनों पक्षों को बहुत ही अच्छे से सुना, बहुत ही डिटेल तरीके से सुना, एक दस्तावेज का परिलक्षण किया है उन्होंने, और उसके बाद ही जजमेंट को रिजर्व पे रखा हुआ है। क्या लगता है क्या हो गया? ये तो अब कोर्ट के ऊपर, इस पे मैं अभी कुछ नहीं कमेंट कर सकता। हमने जितनी अपनी व्हाट्सएप चैट और जितनी सारी चीज़ें जो हमने एविडेंस लगाए थे, हमने सारा कोर्ट को बताया। ये भी बताया कि कैसे 24 घंटे के भीतर जैसी FIR दर्ज होती है और उसके तुरंत बाद उनको आदेश पारित कर दिया जाता है, उनको बेल ग्रांट कर दी जाती है, और किस हिसाब से वो जो बेल मिली है उसका दुरुपयोग कर रही हैं, मीडिया कंडक्ट कर रही हैं, प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस कंडक्ट कर रही हैं, मैसेजेस सर्कुलेट कर रही हैं, तो किस तरीके से वो बेल की टेम्परिंग, एविडेंस के साथ टेम्परिंग कर रही हैं, और इसी बेसिस पे उनकी बेल खारिज की जाए। जी बिल्कुल, CBI ने चूंकि टेक ओवर कर लिया है, तो CBI की तरफ से भी आज उनके वकील साहब खड़े हुए थे, और CBI को भी पार्टी इसमें बना लिया गया है इस केस में। आज कोर्ट का रुख क्या है? फैसला रिजर्व रखा है? फैसला रिजर्व रखा है। CBI हेलो
Viewers, we're getting in a fresh breaking development. Now, the court has reserved the order. Now, this is about the Jabalpur High Court that's reserved the order over the cancellation of ex-judge Giribala Singh's anticipatory bail. So, in fact, another letdown for justice for Twisha. The Jabalpur High Court has now held its order. It's reserved the order on the hearing of Giribala's bail cancellation. In fact, the court has reserved its order. Remember, this comes after this hearing, originally scheduled for the 25th, was deferred and was brought to the 27th after Giribala applied for an extension. She was given 2 more days to submit her replies. In fact, today also, she was not physically present in the court. And now the Jabalpur High Court has reserved its order on Giribala's bail plea cancellation. Now, after a heated hearing, the order on Giribala bail has been reserved by the Jabalpur High Court. My colleague Shambhavi continues being with us on the broadcast to get us more details into the matter. Shambhavi, a reserved order is what we're getting after hours of, back and forth in the Jabalpur High Court. How do you read this? What more do you have for us?
Well, definitely, it's a huge letdown after first, as you've mentioned, that this hearing was scheduled for 25th of May, but then both the parties said that since the victim's side had added fresh affidavits in the case, so they were giving 1 day, 2 days time to Giribala Singh to file her reply, and then the hearing was scheduled for today. And given that the entire hearing went on for
गिरिबाला सिंह की जो एंटीसिपेटरी बेल हुई थी उसके खिलाफ दो तरह से चैलेंज किया गया था। एक त्विषा के परिवार की ओर से पिटीशन लगाई गई थी और एक शासन की ओर से पिटीशन लगाई गई थी। चूंकि सीबीआई ने मैटर टेक ओवर कर लिया है, इसलिए आज सीबीआई की तरफ से ये दरखास्त आई थी कि अब मैटर उसके पास है, इसलिए जो शासन की तरफ से पिटीशन लगी थी उसमें सीबीआई का नाम अब शासन के साथ आ गया है और जो हमने पिटीशन लगाई थी उसमें भी सीबीआई का नाम जोड़ लिया गया। तो ये दोनों आदेश माननीय न्यायालय ने दे दिए हैं और उसके बाद लंबी सुनवाई हुई है। हम लोगों ने सारा अपना पक्ष रखा है कि क्यों वो उनको एंटीसिपेटरी बेल नहीं दी जानी चाहिए थी। शासन ने बहुत पुख्ता स्वरूप से और जितना केस डायरी में मटेरियल उपलब्ध है वो सब माननीय न्यायालय के उसमें जानकारी में वो लाए हैं कि घटना के समय से लेकर के और एंटीसिपेटरी बेल होने तक और उसके पश्चात भी क्या क्या हुआ है, क्या क्या उस वक्त उनकी तरफ से त्रुटियां हुई हैं गिरिबाला की तरफ से, और एंटीसिपेटरी बेल का लाभ लेने के बाद भी उन्होंने किस तरीके से एंटीसिपेटरी बेल के प्रावधान उसको ऑर्डर का मिसयूज किया है, दुरुपयोग किया है। ये सारी चीजें भी हमारे जो महाधिवक्ता महोदय एडवोकेट जनरल उन्होंने शासन की तरफ से रखी। त्विषा के परिवार से दिल्ली से वीसी पे सीनियर एडवोकेट सिद्धार्थ लूथरा जी जुड़े थे, उन्होंने बहस की, हमने बहस की और इसके अलावा शासन की ओर से और सीबीआई की ओर से दिल्ली से सॉलिसिटर जनरल तुषार मेहता जी उपस्थित हुए थे। उन्होंने पूरा वहाँ पे विस्तार से पूरा पक्ष रखा है और ये न्यायालय को सारे तथ्य बताए हैं कि क्यों ये अलाउ होनी चाहिए और क्यों उनकी एंटीसिपेटरी बेल निरस्त होनी चाहिए। माननीय न्यायालय ने पूरा अभी 5:20 तक सबके बहस सुनने के बाद अब वो आदेश के लिए उन्होंने रखा हुआ है और हमें उम्मीद है कि थोड़ी देर में हमें आदेश प्राप्त होगा और हमें उम्मीद है कि हम सफल होंगे।
Viewers, now the Jabalpur High Court has reserved order on Giribala's bail cancellation, and in fact that was Twisha's family lawyer speaking to the media just moments ago. He says that even though the court has reserved the order for now, they will come out victorious in this entire case. In fact, Harsh joins me from right outside the Jabalpur High Court, and also Shambhavi continues being with us from Bhopal. Harsh, coming to you first, you know, the unexpected has happened. First, the date was deferred to the 27th, and now the order has been reserved. What more are you getting in?
All right, Kesu, now this is a big breaking news on Republic TV that the High Court of Jabalpur, in fact, after hearing the petition for nearly 2.5 hours, now this case went for hearing at 2:30 p.m. and it
देखिए, मैं सारे तर्क तो आपको नहीं बता सकता हूँ बिकॉज इट्स अ पार्ट ऑफ अभी रिकॉर्ड है, बट ये है कि हमने सारी व्हाट्सएप चैट जो वो कर रही हैं आफ्टर बेल मिलने के बाद जो कंडीशंस का उल्लंघन कर रही हैं, जिस तरीके से मीडिया में आके स्टेटमेंट्स दे रही हैं, तो हमने वही सब चीज अपने पक्ष पे रखी कि ये इन सब चीज़ों के कारण उनकी बेल खारिज की जानी चाहिए।
क्या रुख है?
अब कोर्ट ने बहुत अच्छे से सुना है, दोनों पार्टीज को अच्छे से सुना है, सीबीआई की भी अब इसमें एंट्री हो गई है, सीबीआई भी पार्टी इम्प्लीट कर ली गई है केस में, तो लगता है कोर्ट शायद हमारे पक्ष में जाए।
कब तक के लिए रिजर्व रखा कुछ
ये मैं नहीं बता सकता, ये तो कोर्ट के ऊपर।
लंबी बहस चली है, किस तरीके से लंबी बहस चली, किस तरीके से तथ्य जो है वो रखे गए कोर्ट के सामने?
मैंने अभी बताया है कि शासन सीबीआई की तरफ से सॉलिसिटर जनरल तुषार मेहता जी और प्रशांत सिंह जी एडवोकेट जनरल उपस्थित हुए थे। उन्होंने घटना दिनांक से लेकर के एफआईआर दर्ज होने तक और जितना भी उसमें केस डायरी में तथ्य थे वो माननीय न्यायालय के समक्ष रखें। उन्होंने रखा है कि ये कितना गंभीर मामला था, इसमें बहुत गंभीर आरोप थे और उन पक्षों को पर कुछ भी सुनवाई न करते हुए और यहाँ तक कि जो सेशन कोर्ट भोपाल ने जो फैसला किया है वो इस तरीके से कर दिया जैसे कि पूरी गवाही हो चुकी है और उसके बाद वो उसको गुणदोष पे निराकरण कर रही हो। उन्होंने ऐसे तथ्यों को के आधार पे फैसला दे दिया जो जो कि केस डायरी का पार्ट नहीं थे, जो कि अभियुक्त पक्ष की तरफ से रखे गए थे, उनको मानते हुए और केस डायरी में इन्वेस्टिगेशन आगे बढ़ा ही नहीं था, उस बात का संज्ञान ना लेते हुए उन्होंने बहुत जल्दी दिखाते हुए वो फैसला कर दिया था। ये भी उन्होंने हाईलाइट किया है कि पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट बहुत गंभीर है। पहली पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट भी बहुत गंभीर है, अभी दूसरी पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट तो आनी है। उनका कहना है कि पहली पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट में गले में जो पट्टे के निशान है 2 जगह, उसके अलावा 7 इंजुरीज़ हैं। वो 7 इंजुरीज़ में उसको सर में भी चोट है, उसके उंगलियों में चोट है, कोहनी में चोट है, हाथ में 2 जगह और चोट है, कमर में चोट है। और इन सारी चोटों के बारे में पोस्टमार्टम में ये स्पष्ट ओपिनियन है कि उसके मृत्यु के पहले आई हुई चोट है। और ये भी स्पष्ट ओपिनियन उसमें है कि इनमें से कोई भी चोट त्विषा अगर फंदे पे थी तो उसे फंदे से उतारते समय नहीं आ सकती थी और ना ही उसको सीढ़ियों से नीचे लाते समय आ सकती थी। ये सारे तथ्य रखें और ये भी रखा है कि गिरिबाला जो है वो जमानत की कंडीशन का पालन नहीं कर रही है, नोटिस देने के बाद भी नहीं उपस्थित हो रही हैं। और आखिरी नोटिस जो उनको भेजा गया था उसमें भी उन्होंने ईमेल से जवाब दे दिया था कि वे शाम को आएंगी। इन सारे तथ्यों को सामने रखते हुए बहस की गई है। त्विषा के परिवार की ओर से सीनियर एडवोकेट सिद्धार्थ लूथरा जी और हम लोग उपस्थित हुए थे। लंबी बहस चली है, 5:20 तक बहस चली है और न्यायालय ने कहा है कि वे आज ही इस पे आदेश करेंगे, तो अब हम आदेश की प्रतीक्षा
सर, दूसरी ओर 80 पेज का जवाब दाखिल किया गया था, उसको किस तरीके से देखा गया?
वकीलों का जो वो अभी तक कहते आए वही उनका कहना है। उनका कहना है कि पैसे हमने मांगे नहीं थे, पैसे हमने दिए थे, जो कि इन्वेस्टिगेशन का विषय है। वो कुछ पेमेंट स्लिप दिखाते हैं जो उन्हें इन्वेस्टिगेशन अथॉरिटीज़ को देनी चाहिए थी। अगर वो समय पर वो पेमेंट स्लिप इन्वेस्टिगेशन अथॉरिटी को जब्त कराते और इन्वेस्टिगेशन जो भी एजेंसी हैं वो अभी CBI है, अब वो अगर त्विषा के परिवार से जानना चाहेगी कि ये पेमेंट स्लिप किस चीज़ की है तो वो बताई जाएंगी। अब जो पेमेंट स्लिप उनने दी है वो अगस्त 2025 की भी हैं, सितंबर 2025 की भी हैं, वो किसी शर्मा प्रोडक्शन के नाम के अकाउंट में गई हैं। अब ये सारा मैटर इन्वेस्टिगेशन का है क्योंकि शादी उनकी दिसंबर 2025 में हुई थी, तो वो सारा जो है वो जो कंसिडर किया जाएगा। उन्होंने ये भी कहा है कि ऐसी कोई परिस्थिति नहीं बनी थी जिसमें अग्रिम जमानत नहीं दी जा सकती थी और उन्होंने ये भी कहा है और उन्होंने ये भी कहा है कि उन्होंने ये पक्ष भी रखा है कि गिरिबाला ने बेल की कंडीशंस का कोई उल्लंघन नहीं किया। अब ये सब चीज़ें माननीय न्यायालय को देखनी है। देखिए ये जो तथ्य हैं ये इन्वेस्टिगेशन एजेंसी और गिरिबाला के बीच के हैं। माननीय महाधिवक्ता महोदय ने पूरी केस डायरी कोर्ट के सामने रखी है और उन्होंने वो सारे लेटर्स दिखाए हैं माननीय न्यायालय को कि कब कब उनको बुलाया गया और वो नहीं आई। और आखिरी जो लेटर लिखा गया उसका भी जवाब उन्होंने ईमेल में दे दिया था कि हमको शाम को आएंगे। ये 21-22 तारीख की बात है।
Viewers, that was the lawyer, Twisha Sharma's family lawyer, who's in fact said that accused has made wild allegations against Twisha. Now remember, these are some of the arguments that are coming out from today's hearing inside the Madhya Pradesh High Court in Jabalpur. Accused, that is ex-judge Giribala, made some harassing remarks against Twisha Sharma and wild allegations were made against the deceased Twisha Sharma. This was also raked up in the court. Now in fact, the court also said that Giribala Singh ignored 3 investigations notices. This completely topples her earlier claim where she said, in fact, just today she was saying that she has cooperated with the police and the agencies in the ongoing probe. In fact, the arguments in the Madhya Pradesh High Court completely toppled that claim, saying that she failed to cooperate with the agencies and the ongoing probe. Remember, first the hearing for her case was deferred to the 27th, and now Harsh joins me live from outside the Jabalpur High Court. Harsh, what more details are you picking up? There were several arguments that were made inside the Jabalpur High Court today. One of them also being the fact that she was maligning the victim's, in fact, image in the media and the public eye after, in fact, she was given her anticipatory bail. Harsh.
Right, Gesu, now first things first, we were in fact speaking to Anurag Srivastava, who is a lawyer representing Twisha Sharma in this matter. He says that the court is very much into writing the order at this point and the decision will be pronounced in some time now. The order has not been reserved and it will be given out in some time this evening. That is the big breaking on Republic TV. This has been confirmed by Twisha Sharma's lawyer Anurag Srivastava. He has in fact confirmed that the court is currently writing the order and it is expected in a short while from now. Now, this was a long hearing that began at around 2:30 p.m. in the afternoon and it concluded at around 5:20 p.m. This is somewhere around 3 hours. A big hearing, a long hearing where two separate petitions were being heard. One was filed by Twisha Sharma's family, where Navnidhi Sharma, in fact, the father of Twisha Sharma, was seeking the cancellation of the anticipatory bail that has been given to Giribala Singh. Meanwhile, on the second petition was filed by the government of Madhya Pradesh, and representing them was Solicitor General Tushar Mehta and Advocate General Prashant Singh. Both of these petitions, in fact, were heard by the Justice Dev Narayan Mishra's bench of the Jabalpur High Court. He, in fact, heard the matter for nearly 3 hours, and now a decision is awaited. They have carefully examined all the details that were presented by both the sides, and now we are awaiting a decision to be pronounced by the Jabalpur High Court in a short while from now. This is what Anurag Srivastav has to say. He said that the court is in fact now writing the order. This was a long hearing. Two separate petitions that were seeking the cancellation of the anticipatory bail that has been given to Giribala Singh in this regard. And now we are awaiting for an order to be pronounced by the Jabalpur bench of the Madhya Pradesh High Court in some time. Gesu.
Right, Harsh. In fact, also the fact that, Harsh, also speak to us about the fact that this order that's not been reserved will be out anytime soon. Can we expect, is there a timeline that can be put on it? And also Shambhavi will also join us soon from Bhopal. So we'll cut across to details coming in from Bhopal and the CBI investigation that remains ongoing as well. Harsh.
Right, in fact, a lot has to be fetched in this regard. The Central Bureau of Investigation has pointed out clear mishandling of the case by the Bhopal police. They have in fact met the Commissioner of Police in Bhopal. They have said that something as basic as the case diary was not complete, and this is the allegation that are being put by the Central Bureau of Investigation. They are now seeking, they have in fact now also given an application to the Jabalpur High Court seeking full and complete control in the case. This is what Central Bureau of Investigation has to say. They have clearly pointed out mishandling of the case by the police teams that were in fact investigating the matter. They have also sought judicial custody of one of the prime accused in this case, the mother-in-law, the retired Judge Giribala Singh. This is what CBI is asking. CBI has in fact asked the High Court to give the judicial custody of one of the main accused in this case, who is none other than Giribala Singh, who is currently on the anticipatory bail that has been given to her by a sessions court in Bhopal. Now, a lot has to be fetched, a lot has to be investigated,
right,
but the Central Bureau of Investigation is now pointing out the mishandling of the case that was initially with the Madhya Pradesh police, but now they are seeking a full and complete takeaway of this case. In fact, they are demanding the court to hand over the case completely to them by the Madhya Pradesh police, and a decision in this regard, in fact a decision in the regards of the cancellation of the anticipatory bail that has been given to Giribala Singh will be...
Harsh, while we wait on that order that's to be out anytime soon, as per Twisha's lawyer, also it's going to come out anytime soon. We also quickly cut across to our colleague Shambhavi, who continues joining us from Bhopal. Shambhavi, speak to us about the details of how far the CBI has gone in Bhopal. Samarth Singh's cousin has just been taken out of his residence. What more can you get us?
Well, while on one hand there was a detailed hearing, a very extensive detailed hearing was going on in the Madhya Pradesh High Court. There was a lot of action here at Giribala's residence, Giribala Singh's residence, and there was just a few hours ago there was a lot of police which was deployed here, and they started forming human chains, and a few moments later there was CBI who was there along with Samarth Singh, who's been brought. They are currently inside. They've been here for a couple of hours now, and they've been coming out. Officers have been coming out of the residence in time by time. Once they came out to shoot all the external parts of the house, including this section and the other extended section, which seems to be a small garden. Apart from that, then the other time the officers came out shooting and clicking pictures. Then there was a third time when the officers came out with the 3D laser machine, who were taking note of each and everything outside of the house. You can see a lot of police deployment is here. And this has been going on simultaneously when the hearing of the cancellation of anticipatory bail of Giribala Singh has been going on. Very valid points have been made from both ends. CBI is seeking judicial custody of Giribala Singh, and here CBI is here possibly interrogating Giribala Singh and Samarth Singh's elder brother Siddharth Singh. They've also Swaraj Singh, the cousin brother who was seen in the CCTV footage, bringing Twisha Sharma's body downstairs in this along with two other people.
Right,
he
Shambhavi.
was here for around an hour inside this house and just left from the house moments ago.
Right, Shambhavi, thanks for getting us a lowdown of the situation. For now, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break. That's all that we could wrap for you in this edition of the News Bulletin. Don't go anywhere. On the other side, we also get you the story of how the huge drama is now unfolded outside Kerala's former Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan's residence, and this after ED raids were being carried out against him. Getting you all the details on the other side. Stay tuned.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
जब तक लाजवाब न बन जाए उसे नहीं इत्मीनान है, तभी तो रिचमैन बनना नहीं आसान है।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this man, do right-wingers feel, this man, this accused rapist is one of our own? So hence, regardless of what happens, one of our own should never be accused. It's like all those people, those radical Islamists who say that as long as the act of murder or crime of terrorism is carried out by a Muslim, it must be defended. This very thought, ladies and gentlemen, is completely unacceptable. And we need to make the point more strongly because it's not the first time this has happened. This happened in the case of Bilkis Bano. When in Gujarat, the rapists of Bilkis Bano came out, they were greeted with tikas and sweets. And it was happening openly. This was an act of defiance. A manner of saying, so what? It is a Hindu who carried out the act of rape, and hence we will celebrate him. We will forgive the person. Ladies and gentlemen, we are nobody to forgive, and the last thing we should do is celebrate rapists. This was a shameful moment then. This is a shameful moment now. Sengar was another shameful moment when some people say,
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा
in fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house tie?
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching live and breaking at 6 p.m. with me, Rakta Mishra. Let's get you all the top stories that we've been tracking for you, and we then get you big breaking news.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
In a major breakthrough in Twisha Sharma's death case, CBI now seeks judicial custody. CBI claims Giribala's sister was present during a post-mortem. Huge disclosure made during the court hearing on Giribala's bail cancellation. State claims 7 injuries found on Twisha's body. Days after the arrest of TMC leader and Baduriya municipality chairperson Dipankar Bhattacharya, police now recovers 5 sacks of cash concealed under a jute field in Baduriya of Bengal. Sources indicate Siddaramaiah is told to step down gracefully on the 28th of May, that is tomorrow. Appointment with the governor sought for tomorrow afternoon by Siddaramaiah, tell our sources. Suspense over the next chief minister in Karnataka continues. Drama unfolds outside Kerala. Former Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan's residence. CPI workers had attacked ED officials present to raid. Right, we start with the big development in the Twisha Sharma death case. The CBI has now sought judicial custody and it intensifies its investigation into the case. Now, during the court proceedings today, the agency reportedly informed the court that Giribala Singh's sister was also allegedly present during the post-mortem process, raising fresh questions over the handling of evidence and procedure and how influence has been used by Giribala Singh in this investigation. Now, the latest move comes amid mounting scrutiny over the initial police investigation. In fact, breaking news tells us that that order on Giribala's bail has been reserved, and that's the big breaking news that we are starting this show with. We have Twisha's family lawyer Anurag Shrivastava also speaking to Republic TV after the order is reserved. Listen in.
गिरिबाला सिंह की जो एंटीसिपेटरी बेल हुई थी उसके खिलाफ दो तरह से चैलेंज किया गया था। एक त्विषा के परिवार की ओर से पिटीशन लगाई गई थी और एक शासन की ओर से पिटीशन लगाई गई थी। चूंकि सीबीआई ने मैटर टेक ओवर कर लिया है, इसलिए आज सीबीआई की तरफ से ये दरखास्त आई थी कि अब मैटर उसके पास है, इसलिए जो शासन की तरफ से पिटीशन लगी थी उसमें सीबीआई का नाम अब शासन के साथ आ गया है और जो हमने पिटीशन लगाई थी उसमें भी सीबीआई का नाम जोड़ लिया गया है। तो ये दोनों आदेश माननीय न्यायालय ने दे दिए हैं और उसके बाद लंबी सुनवाई हुई है। हम लोगों ने सारा अपना पक्ष रखा है कि क्यों वो उनको एंटीसिपेटरी बेल नहीं दी जानी चाहिए थी। शासन ने बहुत पुख्ता स्वरूप से और जितना केस डायरी में मटेरियल उपलब्ध है वो सब माननीय न्यायालय के उसमें जानकारी में वो लाए हैं कि घटना के समय से लेकर के और एंटीसिपेटरी बेल होने तक और उसके पश्चात भी क्या क्या हुआ है, क्या क्या उस वक्त तो उनकी तरफ से त्रुटियां हुई हैं गिरिबाला की तरफ से, और एंटीसिपेटरी बेल का लाभ लेने के बाद भी उन्होंने किस तरीके से एंटीसिपेटरी बेल के प्रावधान उसको ऑर्डर का मिसयूज किया है, दुरुपयोग किया है। ये सारी चीज़ें भी हमारे जो महाधिवक्ता महोदय एडवोकेट जनरल उन्होंने शासन की तरफ से रखी। त्विषा के परिवार से दिल्ली से वीसी पे सीनियर एडवोकेट सिद्धार्थ लूथरा जी जुड़े थे, उन्होंने बहस की, हमने बहस की और इसके अलावा शासन की ओर से और सीबीआई की ओर से दिल्ली से सॉलिसिटर जनरल तुषार मेहता जी उपस्थित हुए थे। उन्होंने पूरा वहाँ पे विस्तार से पूरा पक्ष रखा है और ये न्यायालय को सारे तथ्य बताए हैं कि क्यों ये अलाउ होनी चाहिए और क्यों उनकी एंटीसिपेटरी बेल निरस्त होनी चाहिए।
My colleague Harsh joins us live on the broadcast from outside the court. Harsh, tell us, what are you picking up? The court has reserved the order after heated hearing, multiple arguments that are put up before the court by the Solicitor General. And now we understand that we are expecting the order today itself, is it?
Rakshita, now it is important for viewers to understand that this was nearly a 3-hour-long hearing where two separate petitions were being heard. The first one was filed by Twisha Sharma's family. The second one was filed by the government of Madhya Pradesh. And both of these petitions were demanding the cancellation of the anticipatory bail that has been given to Giribala Singh by a sessions court in Bhopal. However, now the High Court of Jabalpur is writing an order. In fact, this order will be delivered in a short while from now. This is what Anurag Shrivastava, the lawyer who is in fact representing Twisha Sharma in this case, has said, and the order will be pronounced today itself. And it was a long hearing. Another big takeaway from this hearing today at the Jabalpur High Court is that the CBI, in fact, the Central Bureau of Investigation, has now sought the judicial custody of the prime accused in this case, Giribala Singh. CBI now seeking the judicial custody of Giribala Singh, who is currently out on an anticipatory bail that has been given to her by a sessions court in Bhopal, is another big breaking news. This is something that no one was expecting. There were initially two parties involved that was seeking the cancellation of the anticipatory bail that has been given to Giribala Singh, but now Central Bureau of Investigation comes into play. In fact, they are now asking the judicial custody of Giribala Singh. They are demanding the Jabalpur High Court to give judicial custody of Giribala Singh to them. they have earlier also given an application to the Jabalpur High Court that they want a full and complete control over the case. Now, this comes at a time when the Central Bureau of Investigation has also pointed out mishandling of the case by the Bhopal police. They have in fact said that something as basic as the case diary was incomplete, and they are pointing out poor handling of the case by the Madhya Pradesh police, and it's in fact now the CBI that is seeking the judicial custody of Giribala Singh, who is one of the prime accused in this case.
Okay, so the big breaking in this case is that we are expecting the courts to deliver the order today itself. So that's the big breaking news, viewers. In fact, there's another important update as CBI was conducting the investigation, and the state government today informed the court that at least 7 injuries were found on Twisha's body. It includes marks on the scalp, on the wrist and on the elbow. The state also claimed that the injuries were ante-mortem in nature and could not have occurred while bringing the body down. That intensifies questions, that amplifies the questions over these circumstances leading to Twisha Sharma's death, viewers. It's a big disclosure made by the state government advocate that it was Twisha torture is the big question arising now, as state claims that there are fingerprints found on the body. Possibility of hitting her is not ruled out, viewers. So clearly we can see that what is being made out to be a mere as a suicide case, there is the High Court, there's the state government that is arguing that there are injuries found on Twisha's body. Harsh continues to be with us on the broadcast for more. Harsh, well, it's important to understand the pertinent points that were raked up, that were argued by the Solicitor General today and also the Advocate General for the state of Madhya Pradesh. Pointed out to first how the body had the bruise marks, and quite, of course, quite importantly, there was a need for second post-mortem, and after that we see that the state government says that there were bruises on her body, and this cannot be the bruise that was sustained by only dragging her body down the stairs.
Right, Rakshita, now this is another crucial aspect that Prashant Singh, who is in fact the Advocate General representing the government of Madhya Pradesh in this matter, he said that there were 7 injuries on Twisha's body, and these were ante-mortem injuries and not the post-mortem injuries. This is very significant because these are the injuries that cannot be caused by the body being taken to the hospital, and this becomes a very crucial aspect because Advocate General himself speaking this, talking about this on behalf of the state of Madhya Pradesh, telling the court that there were 7 ante-mortem injuries on Twisha Sharma's body that were found, and this needs to be investigated because these are not the injuries that can be caused after her death, and this is something very crucial. He has also said that the Sessions Court in Bhopal was very hasty to pronounce a decision when it gave an anticipatory bail to Giribala Singh. The bail, in fact, was given in a matter of 1 hour, and
Harsh, what about the presence or the alleged presence of Giribala's sister? That's also pointed out by the state during the post-mortem.
Right, Rakshita, a lot more has to be investigated, and a lot has been fetched already and has been presented before the Jabalpur High Court today. And this is very crucial when Prashant Singh himself goes on to tell the court that there were 7 ante-mortem injuries on Twisha Sharma's body, and that needs to be investigated. The Central Bureau of Investigation demanding the judicial custody of Giribala Singh becomes very significant. Now, Prashant Singh also telling the court that it was a very hasty decision that was given by the Sessions Court in Bhopal because the bail was given just in an hour of the FIR being filed. This becomes very crucial, and a lot has to be investigated. But everything will be answered just in a short while from now, because Anurag Srivastav, who in fact is Twisha's lawyer in this case, has said that the court is currently writing an order and the court will pronounce the order today itself. This is a big breaking news on Republic TV that the order has not been reserved, but it will be pronounced in a short while from now. We are expecting the court to give its verdict on the anticipatory bail that has been given to Giribala Singh that has been given by a sessions court. Now, two separate petitions were being heard, which were in fact demanding the cancellation of these pleas.
Okay.
The first one was obviously filed by Twisha Sharma's family. The second was filed by the state of Madhya Pradesh. And now the Central Bureau of Investigation also seeking her judicial custody, pointing out the clear mishandling of the case by Madhya Pradesh police.
Thank you so much, Harsh, for joining us. Where details coming in, viewers. In fact, we have the exclusive reaction now coming in from the advocate Abhijit Sinha and also father of Twisha Sharma, Mr. Navnidhi Sharma, speaking to Republic TV after the court proceedings concluded, after the hearing concluded. Let's take a listen in.
सर, मैं जानता हूँ आप ज़्यादा बात नहीं कर पाएंगे इस केस के बारे में, लेकिन अभी आज की हियरिंग के बाद आपकी कैसी अपेक्षा है कोर्ट से कि क्या ऑर्डर पास करें?
देखिए, हमारी तो पॉजिटिव ही रहेगी। हम अपने सर को पॉजिटिव ही देखते हैं हम हर चीज़ को।
सर, मैं जानता हूँ आप ज़्यादा बात नहीं कर पाएंगे इस केस के बारे में, लेकिन अभी आज की हियरिंग के बाद आपकी कैसी अपेक्षा है कोर्ट से कि क्या ऑर्डर पास करें?
देखिए, हमारी तो पॉजिटिव ही रहेगी। हम अपने सर को पॉजिटिव ही देखते हैं हम हर चीज़ को।
सर, मैं जानता हूँ आप ज़्यादा बात नहीं कर पाएंगे इस केस के बारे में, लेकिन अभी आज की हियरिंग के बाद आपकी कैसी अपेक्षा है कोर्ट से कि क्या ऑर्डर पास करें?
देखिए, हमारी तो पॉजिटिव ही रहेगी। हम अपने सर को पॉजिटिव ही देखते हैं हम हर चीज़ को।
All right, viewers. So that was Navnidhi Sharma, of course, as the Supreme Court had requested the family to not talk about this case. Of course, he gave the one-line answer. He's restricted himself there. And viewers, we continue to get you the latest updates as the court order is awaited. We understand that the judge is right now dictating the order, and we'll tell you more about that, viewers. But we right now are going to shift our focus to the other stories that we are tracking for you on Republic TV. Days after the arrest of Trinamool Congress leader and Baduria municipality chairperson Dipankar Bhattacharya, the probe has now uncovered another big recovery. Cash has been recovered. Sacks of cash has been recovered in West Bengal farm. Police have recovered 5 sacks with cash allegedly hidden under a jute field in Baduria. This recovery is coming amid an ongoing investigation into alleged corruption and illegal storage that's linked to the TMC leader. You can see we have pointed that out with the numbers. We've numbered it, the sacks that have been recovered, and it's a large number, huge sacks. There have been multiple sacks that have been, at least 5 of them have been recovered by the police, as you can see. So there is a fresh update in that case. All right, viewers, now let's quick update on what's happening in Karnataka Congress and the government. Is there going to be a change? Well, suspense does continue, but what sources are indicating to Republic TV is that the Chief Minister, Siddaramaiah, may step down gracefully, or has been asked to step down gracefully on the 28th of May amid ongoing leadership discussions within the Congress. Now, sources are saying that an appointment with the governor is likely to take place, is sought for tomorrow afternoon, fueling speculations over a possible transition of power. And with celebrations already breaking out in parts of Karnataka over DK Shivakumar's supporters, of course, celebrating already over his possible elevation, all eyes are now on Siddaramaiah's next move. So we just break down the compromise formula for you, viewers. There have been hectic parleys. There are back-to-back meetings that have taken place in the national capital in Bengaluru. And what really happens, viewers? What could have been the deal for Siddaramaiah? What has the High Command offered there? That is, of course, interesting to understand, and we are putting that out on your screens, the compromise formula. DK Shivakumar's brother, DK Suresh, could get a Rajya Sabha ticket. Siddaramaiah has demanded that Satish Jarkioli, who's his aide, could be the Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee chief. And if you talk about what really happens, Siddaramaiah being a very popular Ahinda leader and a mass leader, there's a Delhi outreach, perhaps, that could not strike the chord for him. We've had DK Shivakumar maintaining his message, discipline publicly. Siddaramaiah relied perhaps too heavily on the state-level strength and underestimated the internal churn, which was going on for a long, long time, viewers. The 2.5-year formula was, in fact, being ascertained and talked about right after the elections, when Congress won the elections in Karnataka. Talk about Shiv Kumar, the camp has been focusing on the relationship building, and for Siddaramaiah, the counter mobilization have been slow. It seems that perhaps he did not see it coming. And my colleague Abhishek is joining us on the broadcast for more. Abhishek, first of all, tell us what's really happening as far as the sources are concerned. They're telling us that tomorrow, 3 p.m., an appointment has been sought with the governor. Siddaramaiah might step down. And also, what could be the formula if at all this leadership transition is really happening?
Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has invited the cabinet of ministers to his official residence, Kaveri, which is located in Bengaluru, for a breakfast in which he is going to intimate what happened in the 6-hour meeting which was held at Indira Bhavan in New Delhi. And also it is expected that he has sought the time of the governor, which is around 3 p.m. He might go to the Lok Bhavan to submit his resignation officially, after which the CLP meeting is going to happen on the 29th of this month, where Randeep Singh Surjewala might announce the CLP leader and the Chief Minister candidate as DK Shivkumar. And within the first week of June, we are expecting that DK Shivkumar will be called again to Delhi to have a conversation with the High Command, and there will be some of the rules and regulations which will be laid down in front of him, which he will have to follow. And also, he might be given a choice to select the new set of cabinet ministers in his cabinet, and also there will be a clarity which will be given to him if there is going to be any ministers who will be continuing from Siddaramaiah's cabinet as well. And also there will be a clarity if the more number of Deputy Chief Minister post will be created, and on June 8th the nomination of Rajya Sabha elections will be completed, after which DCM DK Shivkumar will be swearing in as the Chief Minister of Karnataka in the second week of June, in any time in between 9 and 15th of July is what the sources claim as of now. And in various other occasions we try to have a conversation with DK Shivkumar. We try to make sure that he talks to the media, but is clearly maintaining the distance from the media. He is only folding his hands, he is only keeping his mouth numb and is not talking to the media at all. He also mentioned, when we tried to question him at his personal residence in New Delhi, he mentioned that he will be going to Mallikarjuna Kharge's house, but we are located at Mallikarjuna Kharge's house, and it is a clear indication that DK Shivkumar has not yet reached Mallikarjuna Kharge's house, and it is clearly showing that DK Shivkumar is trying to avoid the attention of media at this point of hour, because he doesn't want anything to crumble up at this point of time, and he wants to make sure that the transition happens swiftly. And we are also expecting there might be some of the backlashes on CM Siddaramaiah, removal of CM Siddaramaiah from the chair of Chief Minister, and we are awaiting the response of Randeep Singh Surjewala along with the CM Siddaramaiah and DK Shivkumar.
Many thanks, Abhishek, for joining us with details coming in on the crisis in Karnataka. But let's shift our focus to the neighbouring state, viewers, that is Kerala. Now, the massive drama erupted in Kerala after the enforcement directorate officials were attacked by the CPIM workers outside former Chief Minister of Kerala, Pinarayi Vijayan's residence in Thiruvananthapuram. Now, the 7 have been taken. 7 CPIM workers have been taken into custody after they attacked the ED officials' vehicle, and even the security officials, the cops were also attacked after the raid was conducted by the ED at the residence of Pinarayi Vijayan. Viewers, you can see on your screens the visuals that speak for themselves, the violence that took place. Shankar joins us on the broadcast. Shankar, we understand that at least 7 workers have been taken into in custody. 6 DYFI members have also been taken into custody.
Yes, the day was the day has caused much embarrassment to the state police. You know, in the morning after the ED raid, when the officials came out, the vehicle in which they were traveling was attacked by the DYFI, CPM and SFI members. You know, it could have been avoided as a large number of police personnel were deployed right in front of the house of Pinarayi Vijayan, where the ED was holding raid. But evading all security arrangements, the protesters could reach the vehicle of ED and could attack them so brutally using bricks, stones, and other weapons. These ED officials. There was a woman inside the car and 3 others. They all were injured in the attack. As the broken glass pieces pierced into their bodies, and later they were hospitalized and police registered a case. And the drama later developed was in the arrest of the accused. The ED officials, the police could not arrest the accused despite passing hours as they were hiding inside the CPM area committee office at Palayam. And later, after hours of drama, they came out of the office and surrendered before the police. The CPM was trying its level best to avoid the police entering the CPM office and arresting the accused. To avoid this, they held a round of a number of talks. A number of rounds of talks with the cops, and finally the accused came out of the office and surrendered before the cops.
All right, Shankar, thank you so much. I have to interrupt you there because we have to slip into a very, very short commercial break, viewers, but we'll be right back with more updates coming in on that story and much more. The court order awaited today in the case of Giribala Singh's anticipatory bail. CBI has sought judicial custody of Giribala Singh.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा सिम। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिम।
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, And if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this man, do right-wingers feel, this man, this accused rapist is one of our own? So hence, regardless of what happens, one of our own should never be accused. It's like all those people, those radical Islamists who say that as long as the act of murder or crime of terrorism is carried out by a Muslim, it must be defended. This very thought, ladies and gentlemen, is completely unacceptable. And we need to make the point more strongly because it's not the first time this has happened. This happened in the case of Bilkis Bano. When in Gujarat, the rapists of Bilkis
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चंकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
एयू करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री यूपीआई क्यूआर, ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। एयू
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did they...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching the latest edition of Our Global. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj and we get you a roundup of everything that's been happening geopolitically and what you need to know to keep up with the world. Now, in this edition of Our Global, we take a closer look at rising diplomatic frictions after US Senator Lindsey Graham questioned Pakistan's neutrality amid tensions over the Abraham Accords and its reported regional alignments that's triggered fresh debate in Washington over Islamabad's strategic role in the Middle East diplomacy. Now, in fact, the story second to this that we're coming to is a turn to a significant diplomatic and economic reset between India and Canada as renewed trade negotiations, high-level engagements and even symbolic gestures signal a rapid thaw in ties alongside an ambitious push to expand bilateral trade toward $50 billion by the year 2030. Now, in fact, the third story that we have for you is NASA has now unveiled a major step towards establishing a permanent human base on the moon. This awards key contracts for landers, rovers, and even drones as part of its Artemis-led roadmap to build a long-term lunar presence near the South Pole and advance future missions to Mars. In fact, the fourth story that we're looking at in this evening, in this session, is going to be, we take a major look to the demographic concern that's emerging from the United Kingdom, where birth rates have fallen to a 50-year low amid rising costs and shifting population trends. This also highlights broader global fertility declines and India's relative demographic advantage even in this day and age. Now, first, let's take a look at your headlines for the hour. Pakistan's role in Middle East diplomacy is under fresh scrutiny after US Senator Lindsey Graham questioned Islamabad's neutrality over its Iran ties and anti-Israel stance. India and Canada move towards a major reset in ties, advancing the CEPA talks and targeting $50 billion bilateral trade by 2030. NASA unveils an ambitious roadmap to establish a permanent human base on the moon's South Pole, deploying new landers, rovers and drones to support long-term lunar operations and future Mars missions. UK's birth rate taking a hit. It falls to a 50-year low at 1.39 per woman amid rising living costs and delayed parenthood, with immigration playing a growing role while global fertility decline continues. Viewers, now, a sharp remark has come in from the top US Senator Lindsey Graham that's now put Pakistan under a fresh global scrutiny as the Republican senator openly questioned Pakistan's credibility as a possible mediator between the United States and Iran. Now, these cited Islamabad's long-standing hostility towards Israel, one of the warring sides, and its refusal to even back the Abraham Accords that the US has put forth. Now, the remarks come after Pakistan's Defense Minister Khwaja Asif rejected any possibility of joining the Abraham Accords, calling such a move against Pakistan's core ideology. Here's a report that gets you all the details.
Pakistan's role in the fast-changing Middle East diplomacy is now facing sharp criticism from within the US. Senior Republican Senator Graham has openly questioned Islamabad's credibility as a possible mediator between Washington and Tehran. In a post on X, Graham said Pakistan's hostility towards Israel has been visible for years, making its role in any Iran-related negotiation deeply problematic. Graham has also made exclusive claims that Iranian military aircraft are currently being housed at Pakistani air bases, while also flagging anti-Israel rhetoric from senior Pakistani leaders. The remarks came after Pakistan's Defence Minister Khwaja Asif rejected the idea of joining the Abraham Accords, saying Pakistan would never support any agreement that goes against its ideology. The Abraham Accords, brokered by the Trump administration in 2020, normalized ties between Israel and several Arab nations. Recently, President Trump urged multiple Muslim-majority countries, including Pakistan, Saudi, Qatar, and Turkey, to join the Abraham Accords as part of the larger regional peace push linked to the ongoing Iran talks. But Pakistan's refusal, combined with growing concerns over its Iran links, has now triggered tough questions in Washington over Islamabad's strategic intentions in the region. With tensions continuing in West Asia, Graham's remarks have once again put Pakistan's diplomatic balancing act under the global spotlight.
Now our defense expert, retired Major Samarth Singh, joins us on the broadcast to get us more details into what this looks like. Now, Major Singh, you know, already it was being highlighted by Republic, and it was well known publicly that Pakistan could not have played mediator. It's not a neutral party at all. They also have a defense pact with Saudi. But now that Lindsey Graham has put more light onto it, where do you see Pakistan's mediation role going next?
Pakistan has always been on the wrong foot from the beginning. First, there was a confusion whether the ceasefire deal along with Iran, does it include Lebanon or not?
Yeah.
So America had their doubts regarding this initially. Yeah. Then on the 12th of April, 2 C-130 aircrafts of Iran Air Force were, they landed in the Pakistan airbase, and, they sheltered these 2 aircrafts. And, when you are a mediator, you have to take a neutral stance. You cannot facilitate or help them militarily or do any such thing which can hamper either of the parties' decision making in the negotiations. Yeah. So Pakistan has badly faltered in that. And Americans, Lindsey Graham has even questioned it before. President Trump also has questioned it before once. And now it's coming into the foray that you see what Khwaja. So that shows the subconscious mind or the prejudice mindset of the Pakistanis. And then there is a link of the Shia link with Asim Munir. His wife is a Shia, and they do have relatives and connections with the top brass, the Shia political brass in Iran. So that is one of the major reasons that, Asim Munir has been involved in the negotiations. Secondly, why is Pakistan desperate for a peace deal? It is Pakistan which requires peace. It is not that Iran is desperate for peace. Iran is in a strong position at the moment. It is not America which is actually, pressurizing for peace. Even the Americans are good to go, against the Iranians at the moment. The thing is that it is Saudi Arabia, the common link, and obviously Saudi has a big influence in the GCC.
Right.
So the group of GCC countries, Saudi Arabia has 80,000 Pakistani troops on its soil.
Yeah.
To counter whom? The Houthis. And Houthis are a proxy of the Iranians. So that is one aspect where
I also want to come in for a second.
Pull them into the war.
Yes, I also want to come in for a second and also speak to you about, there were various media reports, especially coming in from the US itself. Financial Times, in fact, was at the fore of it, where they said that Islamabad is being pressured by Washington to play a diplomat between the two warring sides. So do you think that Pakistan is just solely puppeteering, or do you still believe that they are the ones who are desperate for peace in the region?
Geshu, you see, it is obvious that Pakistan is in need of peace for itself first. It has not come to terms with Afghanistan in its peace deal with Afghanistan at the moment. They are still at war with Afghanistan. They've already done 2 wrong bombings against the Afghans. So they themselves require peace. Baluchistan is, it has collapsed. There is no actual Pakistan administration in Balochistan. It's almost game over for them. The economy is in a free fall. You have petrol which is worth 400 rupees a litre. Food is, very expensive. The electricity bills per unit is, I think, approximately 52 to 55 rupees a unit, which the people are not able to afford. There are power cuts going on. Work from home has been implemented. Their military parade had to take place on the 23rd of March, which they cancelled. It was a symbolic parade for Pakistan, which was conducted every year on 23rd of March. They cancelled that as well. So you see the economical implications which have taken place against the Pakistanis. Then I really do not know with what face Shehbaz Sharif and Asim Munir went to Trump to offer the rare earth metals, and even to an extent by claiming that they have oil to offer.
Yeah.
So all this farce and lies is coming out. It is coming to realization to Lindsey Graham, who was first initially very much in favor of Pakistan, but now they know that actually Pakistan is the one which has the blood of American soldiers on its hands, courtesy ISI. They have been fooling the Americans all along, and it is Pakistan which has had a major hand in the loss of war in Afghanistan, that the Americans have to go back. So the Americans have started realizing the, telltale signs, connecting the dots. So it has come to realization now to the Americans that Pakistan is a doubtful partner. You cannot be, totally dependent on Pakistan anymore. It is playing on both the sides. The Chinese, and it is favoring Iran. It wants to also not go to war. It is trying to broker peace, which is not a possibility. And eventually, now it is inclined towards China. Their ministers are sitting in China.
Yes. Thanks very much for getting us a lowdown, Major Tur. In fact, the key takeaway from the conversation would be that Pakistan is not, and was not even the last two times, able to trod the bridge of mediation carefully enough. But for now, viewers, shifting focus to what we're tracking other than this on our Global Today. Now, from frozen diplomacy to even fast-tracked economic engagement, India and Canada appear to be turning to a critical corner in their relationship. Now, Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal's 3-day visit to Canada combined strategic trade talks with powerful symbolism, including a tribute at the Kanishka Memorial for victims of the Air India Flight 182 bombing. Now, with both sides pushing to conclude a comprehensive economic partnership agreement and even targeting a massive jump in bilateral trade from a previous $8.5 billion to now a $50 billion push by 2030, the visit signals far more than just business diplomacy. Here's a report of the two nations coming together once again after ties were frozen for yesteryears.
India and Canada signaled renewed momentum in bilateral trade negotiations, with Union Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal and Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney highlighting progress towards a comprehensive economic partnership agreement. This was not a mere trade mission. Piyush Goyal led a delegation of nearly 150 Indian business leaders drawn from over 100 companies, the largest ever Indian business delegation to Canada so far. The visit began not in a boardroom but at the memorial. He paid tribute at the Kanishka Memorial at Humber Bay Park, standing in quiet remembrance of the victims of the Air India Flight 182 bombing. The moment carried enormous symbolic weight. An Indian minister standing at a memorial for a Khalistani-linked terror attack on Canadian soil at a time when both nations are actively rebuilding trust. On the business front, the ambition is staggering. The goal is to vault bilateral trade from a modest $8.5 billion to a $50 billion by 2030. Piyush Goyal co-chaired the Canada-India Investment Roundtable alongside Canada's Trade Minister Maninder Sidhu. Indian and Canadian governments agreed to work together on a new chapter in their relationship, including cooperation against terrorism and transnational crimes, A day after this announcement, Canadian police arrested Inderjeet Singh Gosal, described as a key figure in the Khalistan movement. This reset isn't just symbolic. The leaders released a joint statement, welcomed 5 memorandums of understanding and announced a broad range of initiatives across energy and critical minerals, technology and AI, talent and culture, and defense. This visit carries forward the mandate given by PM Modi and PM Karne's visit to India in March 2026, seeking renewed momentum across trade, investment, energy, technology, and people-to-people ties. From a frozen diplomatic standoff just 2 years ago to a 150-member business delegation, a third round of CEPA talks, and a solemn tribute at a Khalistan terror memorial, the India-Canada relationship is moving fast and moving together.
Viewers, now shifting focus to the United States. Now, an industrial disaster at the Nippon Dynawave Packaging Co-Paper Mill in Longview in Washington has quickly turned into a recovery operation after massive chemical storage tanks collapsed, leaving at least 1 worker dead and 9 others missing. Officials say the damaged tank still holds nearly 90,000 gallons of highly corrosive white liquor, forcing crews to suspend overnight searches because of fears of another collapse or chemical leak. In fact, firefighters, hazmat teams and drones have been deployed to search the dangerous wreckage, while investigators work to determine what caused the tank to implode in the first place. Here's all you need to know.
A massive chemical tank collapses at the Washington paper mill has left at least 1 worker dead and 9 others missing as emergency crews shift from rescue to recovery operations. Fire officials say the damaged tank still contains nearly 90,000 gallons of highly corrosive white liquor, creating dangerous conditions for crews searching the wreckage.
That tank, as outlined, has roughly 90,000 gallons of product remaining of the white liqueur. That's the concern if additional liquid leaking, because it's very caustic. Additionally, the tank itself collapsing while men and women are in the areas retrieving the co-workers and the members from Nippon.
Authorities say firefighters and hazmat teams entered extremely hazardous areas following the collapse, while drones were also deployed to search parts of the mill too dangerous for responders.
At the moment, we are not aware of any rescues that are yet to be made that are being hampered by the situation at hand. We had folks in firefighting gear make entry, and then we had folks in hazmat suits make entry and did checks into areas that were dangerous, extremely dangerous. So as I say, there's no belief of rescues that still need to be made.
9 people were injured in the industrial accident, including some suffering severe burns and inhalation injuries, with 1 responding firefighter among the hurt. Investigators are still working to determine what caused the massive storage tank to implode at the Washington State paper mill. Officials say there is currently no threat to the public despite the hazardous chemical spill, as crews focus on stabilizing the tank and recovering the missing workers.
Viewers, and now better news coming your way. NASA has now unveiled an ambitious roadmap to build a permanent human base on the moon. Now, in less than 2 months after the historic Artemis II lunar fly-around mission, the US Space Agency has awarded major contracts for landers, moon rovers, and even drones that will help establish the first long-term lunar outpost near the moon's southern pole. The mission is part of NASA's larger plan to create a lunar economy, conduct scientific research, and eventually pave the way for human missions straight to the Mars. Here's all you need to know. Take a look.
NASA has officially kick-started the first phase of its ambitious moon base project, announcing major contracts for landers, rovers and drones that will support long-term human presence on the lunar surface. The lunar base is planned near the moon's south pole, a region believed to contain water, ice and critical resources for future missions. Jeff Bezos-owned Blue Origin will provide lunar landers, while companies Astrolab and Lunar Outpost will build advanced moon vehicles for astronauts. The push comes after the success of Artemis 2 in April, when 4 astronauts flew around the moon, traveling deeper into space than even the Apollo crews decades ago. According to NASA, the moon base will not just support scientific discovery, but will also help build a sustainable lunar economy and prepare humanity for future missions to Mars. For NASA, the new lunar race is no longer about simply reaching the moon again, but also staying there permanently.
Viewers, now the birth rates in the UK have completely crashed, with just 1.39 fertility of per children per woman. Now, this has recorded a UK its lowest birth rate in nearly 50 years, with fertility taking a nosedive. Now, rising living costs and delayed parenthood are being linked to the decline, while immigration continues to play a bigger role in births across the United Kingdom. The trend reflects a wider global fall in fertility, though India still fares well with maintaining a younger and a growing workforce advantage.
England and Wales have recorded their lowest birth numbers in nearly 50 years. The fertility rate dropped to 1.39 children per woman in 2025, well below the 2.1 needed to maintain the population levels. Experts say rising rents, childcare costs and inflation are pushing many UK couples to delay having children. Parents are also getting older, with mothers now averaging 31 years of age. Immigration is playing a bigger role in UK births. Over 40% of babies born last year had at least one parent born outside the UK. India ranked highest among non-UK born parents. India's fertility rate is also falling and is now close to 2 children per woman. But unlike the UK, India still records far higher birth numbers due to its huge population. Falling birth rates are now a global trend. Countries including Japan, China, South Korea and the UK are all facing declining fertility levels. India still has a younger population compared to Europe. Experts say this gives India a demographic advantage with a larger future workforce. Low birth rates could create economic pressure in the UK, including labour shortages and rising pension costs, increasing dependence on immigration in the future.
Viewers, now just days after US President Donald Trump invited Islamabad to join the Abraham Accords, senior Lashkar-e-Toiba commander Saifullah Qasuri issued strong threats, declaring that any ruler or nation that recognizes Israel will be destroyed, ruined and wiped out. Qasuri also called Israel criminal, terrorist and the world's biggest bully, and insisted the Muslim Ummah will never accept it, reflecting deep ideological resistance within Pakistan. The remarks highlight the significant domestic and militant pushback against normalization efforts, even as Trump seeks to expand the accords, and he also extended it to Pakistan. That's almost reduced it to a negotiation. Now listen in to what the Lashkar-e-Toiba commander Qasuri says.
तुम भी इस्राइल के यहूदियों को कबूल कर लो, हालांकि ऐसा नहीं हो सकता। जो ऐसा करेगा वो हुक्मरान हो, वो बादशाह हो, वो जो भी इस्राइल को कबूल करेगा वो हलाक हो जाएगा, तबाह हो जाएगा, बर्बाद हो जाएगा। इंशाअल्लाह ये उम्मत मुसलमा हमारा ईमान है, ये किसी तौर पर भी बदमाश दहशतगर्द दुनिया के सबसे बड़े गुंडे इस्राइल को कभी तस्लीम नहीं करेंगे।
Viewers, that's all that we could wrap for you in this edition of our Global. Stay tuned for more global updates on the other side. Also, we get you This Is Exclusive at 7 p.m. with my colleague and our senior executive editor, Niranjana Rayanaswamy. Stay tuned.
Co-powered by Crystal Crop Protection, देश का किसान, देश का हीरो।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
ये जश्न है, जश्न का ये जश्न है।
राष्ट्रीय इलायची, जश्न का जश्न।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा सिंह। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिंह।
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him.
Co-powered by Crystal Crop Protection, देश का किसान, देश का हीरो।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us on Republic TV, ladies and gentlemen. Our campaign continues. This evening, we are waiting for the court to tell us whether Giribala has got jail or bail, whether her bail will be cancelled. Now, if her bail is cancelled, there is a real possibility that she could be arrested. The CBI, which has taken over the Twisha case, wants judicial custody of a judge, Giribala. We have details coming up, explosive details of what was mentioned in court by CBI. Here are the headlines. Big development in the Twisha Sharma death case. CBI wants judicial custody of her mother-in-law and ex-judge Giribala. Huge disclosure made during the court hearing on Giribala's bail cancellation. CBI claims there are 7 injuries found on Twisha's body, and none of them were the injuries while her body was being brought down. They hint at assault. Is the Pakistan ISI trying to snoop on Yogi Adityanath? There's an arrest made. Some details are emerging. We'll tell you why Pakistan and ISI are seeking details of Yogi Adityanath. Big breaking news update. Live pictures coming in, ladies and gentlemen. The scene recreation. Live pictures, exclusive pictures on Republic TV. That's Giribala and her son Samarth. Crime scene being recreated with all those who were inside the house that night on the 12th of May. Let's put the branding of live report of This Is Exclusive on, and I'm staying with those pictures. These are live pictures coming in as Giribala, the judge, ex-judge Giribala, is with the CBI team and the crime scene is being recreated. Let me go across to my colleagues joining us live from Bhopal. That's Samarth, the man in the striped t-shirt. Samarth is the husband of Twisha, son of ex-judge Giribala, and the CBI is recreating the crime scene. Live pictures from Bhopal. I'm going across to Shambhavi, joining us live. Shambhavi, are you there? The CBI team has been there, recreating the crime scene. The CBI has made a very, very, very significant statement in the court today, saying that they want the judicial custody. They want judicial custody of Giribala. Now, that is a big statement to make because they believe that there has been some sort of tampering. They believe there is, the injuries are suspicious. They believe that a lot of facts have been hidden here. Shambhavi.
Well, yes, there has been 2 activities going on of CBI simultaneously. At one end, they were arguing in court for judicial custody of Giribala Singh. They were in the favor of anticipatory bail of Giribala Singh. And here, simultaneously, outside Giribala Singh's residence, they started cordoning off around 4 hours ago. They started cordoning off the entire area. these aren't media people to leave this area, although we've been camping outside for 10, 12, 13 days now, but they asked us to leave it. And then after a few minutes, the CBI team arrived here with Samarth Singh, and they were inside for the longest time. They were inside for 4 hours. They were interrogating both Giribala Singh, Siddharth Singh, Samarth Singh's elder brother, and possibly Samarth Singh as well. Then they also went upstairs, the terrace that we've been showing for the longest time, the terrace which is the alleged spot where Twisha Sharma hung herself, and they went there to recreate the scene. They also recreated the scene, and then after, there were several times when CBI team also came outside. They came outside to shoot pictures, then they also came outside to shoot videos of this entire extended house, not just this house, but the extended house, the extended garden and everything. I'm going to show you once again. There's a lot of police deployment that you can see. They've been here since around 3 p.m. today, and they had actually stopped both the entry and exit of basically both the entries from the street, not just this house, but both sides. On one side, they actually parked a truck so that no entry could be allowed, and the other side also, there were around 4 policemen standing constantly so that no entry could be given. Although you can see now that has been removed, given that the CBI has moved out with Samarth Singh. And when it comes to the arguments that were made by against the cancellation or for the cancellation of anticipatory bail of Giribala Singh, they were the grounds which are very valid grounds for cancellation of bail in her case, given that both the commissioner and the state has said that multiple notices have been issued to Giribala Singh, but she refuses to coordinate, but she is not coordinating cooperating with the police for the investigation, for the interrogation, although the CBI was here for 4 hours and Giribala Singh was interrogated, possibly interrogated. Back to you.
Now, I want to go through some of the, we have the graphics of what was said in court, because today what we have heard for the first time, yes, we did question those injuries, and we knew those injuries are suspect, but for the CBI to say that they have questions over the injuries. Let's put out the graphics, please, of the injuries and what the state said, what the CBI said, because it now just changes everything, because Tushar Mehta, the Solicitor General, arguing, made a very big claim that perhaps evidence has been tampered with and they need judicial custody to understand what kind of tampering took place. Now, Harsh is joining us live. Harsh, you were in court. Essentially, all of them were there. All of them were there on behalf of the CBI, isn't it? And what the CBI said today, we've heard claims made for the first time that the sister of Giribala was at the post-mortem. Now, that's a fact that's emerging for the first time. Interestingly, the sister of Giribala, her name also featured in the 46 calls that were made.
Right, Niranjan, and in fact, initially there were 2 parties involved. The first one was obviously Twisha Sharma's family, and the second one was the state of Madhya Pradesh that was seeking the cancellation of the anticipatory bail that has been given to Giribala Singh. However, now it's the Central Bureau of Investigation that is also seeking the judicial custody of Giribala Singh in this regard. In fact, the Central Bureau of Investigation has also pointed out that the Madhya Pradesh police has clearly failed even to follow the basic procedure. The case diary was incomplete, and they have also met the Commissioner of Police in Bhopal yesterday in this regard, and they have clearly pointed out mishandling, poor handling of the case by the Madhya Pradesh police. In fact, other development in this regard is Advocate General Prashant Singh, who was representing the government of Madhya Pradesh in the court today. He mentioned the anti-mortem injuries. In fact, he said that there are 7 injuries on Twisha Sharma's body, and these are not post-mortem but anti-mortem injuries and cannot be caused after her death. And this is again a very, very big development, because the state of Madhya Pradesh itself mentioning that Twisha Sharma's body had 7 injury marks, and these were not post-mortem but anti-mortem injuries, and this needs to be investigated. He has also said that the anticipatory bail was granted to Giribala Singh within 1 hour, and it was a very hasty decision that was made by the trials court. In fact, the primary evidence were not collected, and that was the time when anticipatory bail was given to Giribala Singh. So initially it was just Twisha Sharma's family and the state of Madhya Pradesh demanding the cancellation of the anticipatory bail that has been given to Giribala Singh, but now it's also Central Bureau of Investigation that is seeking the full and formal handover of the case to the CBI, but also they're seeking the judicial custody of Giribala Singh, who is the accused mother-in-law in this case. There were multiple allegations of her in cooperating in the investigation. Now CBI in fact has also sought, they have in fact reached out to the High Court of Madhya Pradesh seeking full and complete takeover of the case and the judicial custody of Giribala Singh. Niranjan.
Okay, those are pictures, ladies and gentlemen, that are coming in from Bhopal. We are still waiting for the verdict to come in. We are... okay, just one quick question, Shambhavi. Are we expecting the verdict today? Because initially in court, one of the takeaways was that they wanted to pronounce the verdict today. On the left of your screens, meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, as I go across to Shambhavi, those are videos of the CBI team at recreating the crime scene. That's the terrace of Giribala. That's where they claimed that Twisha was found hanging. Shambhavi, what time are we expecting it? Are we expecting it today? What can we look forward to? Because the judge has said that he's keen on delivering the verdict today.
Absolutely, absolutely. We are expecting, in fact, the verdict today, and it can be pronounced at any moment now. The last input that we got from our sources was that the judge was dictating the order, was actually writing the order. So we can know about the order, we'll know about the verdict of Giribala Singh's anticipatory bail at any moment now. Very valid points, as even Harsh was reiterating, was made by both the state as well as the victim's family lawyer in court, saying basically on the grounds there were three main things that were considered. On what grounds are they actually seeking? In very short, are they seeking the cancellation of anticipatory bail? A was non-cooperation with the police, notice being issued several times. B was the fact that she had ample time to tamper with the evidence, given that the spot was not sealed for a very long time and she had full access to it. And also she has been defaming her deceased daughter left, right and center in all the interviews. Even in the 83 pages reply that she filed today in court, it had several defamatory things that she had said, and she very cleverly was able to manipulate the entire things, which even Republic was showing till now the truth, which were in the favor of the deceased, of course, but she managed to do it, to make it manipulated in her favor. So these were the grounds that were given. And one other ground was given that she had so much influence a lot was spoken about Giribala Singh's influence in the court today, that she had so much influence that she managed that the FIR was not registered till her anticipatory bail was cancelled. So her anticipatory bail was given, and then the FIR was registered. The family was bothered for the longest time by the police, saying that you take your daughter's mortal remains and cremate her, or she will not be, or the FIR will not be registered.
Okay, thank you for joining us with those inputs. We are waiting for the verdict to come in. Ladies and gentlemen, we are standing by. We are on standby for the verdict to come in from the Jabalpur bench of the Madhya Pradesh High Court. As the CBI gets to work, they don't believe Giribala Singh. They believe that she's covered up facts. That's the hunch that we've had at Republic TV for the longest time. Let's get to the next big breaking news update here on This Is Exclusive. There's been a big security scare for the UP Chief Minister. Cross-border implications. In Uttar Pradesh, in a story that was first initially brought to light by the Hyderabad police, sensational investigation now spanning multiple states. Investigators allege that a man identified as Zaid Khan was in touch with operatives linked to Pakistan's ISI. Pakistan ISI wanted details of Yogi Adityanath, and this person called Zaid Khan was in touch with Pakistan ISI agents. In fact, on the story, there's a module that has been caught in Pakistan sharing details of Yogi Adityanath. They wanted details of Yogi. A police reaction is coming in.
संदिग्ध व्यक्तियों को चिन्हित कर खंगाला गया। जांच के दौरान प्राप्त तथ्यों के आधार पर एटीएस द्वारा अग्रिम वैधानिक कार्रवाई की गई। प्रारंभिक पूछताछ में ज्ञात हुआ कि अभियुक्त सोशल मीडिया एवं वीडियो कॉलिंग के माध्यम से पाकिस्तानी हैंडलर्स के संपर्क में थे तथा उन्हें संवेदनशील स्थलों, अस्पतालों एवं अन्य महत्वपूर्ण लक्ष्यों के रेखीकरण में अधिक युवाओं को अपने साथ जोड़ने तथा आतंकी गतिविधियों को अंजाम देने हेतु प्रेरित किया जा रहा था। मार्च 2026 में किसी बड़ी घटना को अंजाम देने के उद्देश्य से महकाब व गगनदीप ने नोएडा में मीटिंग की थी। मीटिंग में अभियुक्तों के बीच पैसे व हथियार आदि लेने की बात भी हुई थी। इस संबंध में थाना ATS लखनऊ पर सुसंगत धाराओं में अभियोग पंजीकृत कर अग्रिम विधिक कार्रवाई की जा रही है। साथ ही अभियुक्तों के अन्य सहयोगियों एवं नेटवर्क से जुड़े व्यक्तियों के संबंध में विस्तृत जानकारी प्राप्त करने हेतु पुलिस कस्टडी रिमांड हेतु न्यायालय से अनुरोध किया जाएगा।
Okay. That was the official sound reaction. While we were on the story, that was the UP police that just held a news conference. The UP Chief Minister was under the ISI radar. They were collecting details of Yogi Adityanath. These are details that the UP police are confirming. It was a module that was detected by the Hyderabad police. They shared details with the UP government, and from then on, Aishwarya, I'm going across to her with the details of the initial investigation. Aishwarya, what do we know about this module? What kind of details were shared?
Well, what we until know is this Zaid Khan, who is 22-year-old. He's originally from Ghaziabad, UP himself, and he actually migrated to Hyderabad in Medchil in Telangana to actually work in a Mubarak hotel upon reference from his uncle to work in this particular hotel. After he started working in this hotel, even before that, he was very interested in making reels and was very active on Instagram, and he had a love for pistols. That is the reason he was actively looking online to buy a pistol with the money he's earning, and he wanted to he had a very fascination towards pistols and to do reels with that as well, and that is the reason he was looking for a original pistol to buy one, or at least buy a toy pistol online, after which he came in contact with two associates who are part of this larger conspiracy, who are linked to ISI, that is Shehzad Bhatti, and two associates of him, which is Abid Jatt and Rashid. With these two people who actually caught him, his searches of him interested in being pistol, and when they found out, talked to him through, approached him through different social media platforms, and then they convinced him that they will give him an original pistol, and in return, if he gives any information regarding Yogi Adityanath. What specifically they were asking here was the PA number, the personal assistant number of Yogi Adityanath, and also there was also a reason that Abid Jatt, they also made him put posters of his Abid Jatt as the Pakistani Don across Ghaziabad, and these were the two instructions that were given to him, and he also kind of was seen brainwashed in this entire module, and because when the police said that, when they were questioning him, like why did he agree to all of this, he also said that he wanted to fight for the state of Islam. So this is where we see that through via social media, a person who was interested in pistol got in touch with the ISI agents who have alleged links to the ISI, and after which they were forcing him to give very integral contacts of especially UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. This person, the accused, has also given publicly available numbers from the government websites, not only of Yogi Adityanath but several UP cabinet ministers as well, to these particular...
Because I was still gathering some more details. I have some more breaking news now coming in. All right, the next story on this is exclusive. We've got pictures here on Republic TV of the Lashkar-e-Toiba leadership, Hafiz Saeed's family, gathering in Pakistan's Lahore. Lashkar chief son, Talha Saeed, who led prayers in Lahore. Hundreds of Lashkar terrorists, terror recruiters gathered at the Gaddafi Stadium in Lahore this morning. These are exclusive pictures. He's a designated terrorist. Talha Saeed, the son of Hafiz Saeed, is a designated terrorist for being involved in terror recruitment. He was involved in Pahalgam, and all the attacks on Indian soil, most of the attacks that are launched by the Lashkar-e-Toiba, that's the son and the mastermind of Hafiz Saeed, Talha Saeed, seen here as a free man, a free bird in Pakistan. Free birds of terror. Gursimran is joining me live with details. Gursimran, it's become common sighting. Talha Saeed and the Lashkar-e-Toiba commanders these days are openly meeting ministers, prime ministers, aides of the prime minister. It's become a commonplace in Pakistan.
Yes, Niranjan, you have rightly mentioned, and one thing is very clear that despite the fake assurances that are being given to the global community by Pakistan that they are trying to curb the terrorism, it is a farce. That is a reality, because the way we have seen time and again, Talha Saeed, who is the Minister of Home Affairs, Union of India, designated terrorist from 2022. It was 8th of April 2022 when the MHA issued the notification, and he is a designated terrorist under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. The way he has been roaming in Pakistan is clearly shows the state of affairs, that how Lashkar-e-Toiba is given a free hand. One thing it also shows that the Markaz-e-Toiba in Muridke that was hit by Indian side during Operation Sindoor, that is not ready to hold any public gathering, and that's why this time Lahore's Gaddafi Stadium was chosen as one of the place where the Lashkar chief's son will be leading the prayers. It was not only the Lashkar chief's son, but several other terror commanders and recruiters were part of this Eid prayers that have taken place. The photos that have been accessed are of the early this morning, roughly around 8:39, when the prayers were held there, and he was there for more than 80 to 90 minutes time. That is what we are picking up from the sources in the intel agencies. Apart from this, one thing that has come forth, that Pakistan has completely failed to act on the terrorists that India has provided it the list with, because in 2022, after the Ministry of Home Affairs designated Talha Saeed as one of the recruiters and financiers for the terror group Lashkar-e-Toiba, not only targeting the interest of India within India and being part of the terror attack, but also his involvement in the terror attacks in Afghanistan on the assets that are of the national interest for India. He was also involved in those attacking of the Indian interest in Afghanistan as well, and that was why he was designated as a UN designated, the MHA designated terrorist under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. But now with the photos coming forward, and earlier meeting of Talha Saeed with Rana Sanaullah, and then the advisor to the Prime Minister Rana Sanaullah meeting the Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif at the Pakistani Prime Minister residence. This all speaks of the volumes that after 1 year of the Operation Sindoor, once again the tentacles of the terrorism are on the rise, are now expanding themselves in Pakistan to conspire against Union of India.
Thank you for joining us with those inputs. Exclusive pictures coming in from Pakistan. Pictures that Pakistan itself will not show its citizens. So it becomes our duty, when Pakistan won't show the pictures, we here at Republic will show them the pictures. That's it on this edition of This Is Exclusive. The debate coming up tonight at 8 p.m. Arnab is live with the big debate of Assam passing UCC for a state that has 40% Muslim population. Assam could be the national template for the Uniform Civil Code. That's coming up at 8. And Justice for Twisha. Our campaign continues 8:30 onwards.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट।
अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
आया। असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Character, the taste of success.
Our Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी। प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा सिंह। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिंह।
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा सिंह MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिंह।
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है। स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Correct. The taste of success.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son Samarth Singh escape after bringing the body of his wife to AIIMS? Is it true that the ex-judge's son's medical examination was not conducted? The police station is right behind the ex-judge's Giribala's house. Why was no call made? Why did it take 5 days to file an FIR in the case? Who stalled it? Why was the victim's family attacked in court if there's nothing to hide? And did a very senior police officer go to AIIMS that night to try and fudge the post-mortem report? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking these questions. Now I ask you, am I right or wrong in asking these questions? And if I don't, who will? Will the government of Madhya Pradesh raise these questions? The Chief Minister doesn't have 30 seconds to meet the victim's family. Will the higher courts of the country raise these questions? So far, I have not seen this case being picked up by the appellate courts, though we are screaming and shouting about it. So I say tonight, what happens when other institutions fail? And if we do a media trial, should we be celebrated and supported for doing so? Was Aravali a media trial? Yes, it was. It was. Thank God for that. Thank God for that media trial which stopped them.
CBI questions role of Giribala. Twisha family version vindicated. Republic's campaign, arrest Giribala. Debating tonight at 8:30 p.m.
Presenting by Zoho Business Software, trusted by 15 crore users. Co-powered by AIIMS International Institute of Hotel Management.
Breakthrough in Twisha Sharma's death case. We're getting you all the details of what the CBI has said. Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Super Prime Time on Republic TV with me, Gesu Bharadwaj. First, let's take a look through your headlines for the hour. In a major breakthrough in Twisha Sharma's death case, the CBI now seeks judicial custody. CBI claims Giribala's sister-in-law was present during the post-mortem. Huge disclosure made during the court hearing on Giribala's bail cancellation. State claims 7 injuries found on Twisha's body, all anti-mortem. Sources indicate Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has been asked to step down on the 28th of May. The appointment with Governor remains put for tomorrow afternoon. Son of Lashkar-e-Toiba chief and UN-designated terrorist Hafiz Saeed spotted in Pakistan. Terrorist Hafiz Tala Saeed seen offering prayers in Lahore. Viewers, starting first. Now, the Twisha Sharma death case saw dramatic developments in the Madhya Pradesh anticipatory bail plea. The state government questioned the bail order, pointed to alleged violations of bail conditions and revealed that 7 injuries were found on Twisha's body. At the same time, the CBI officially took custody of Samarth Singh as the probe intensifies. Here's a detailed report on the courtroom showdown and the latest twists in the case. In fact, we're also taking you through the latest of what's ongoing. In fact, the CBI has flagged a possible torture and assault with Twisha Sharma. The state claims that there were injuries on Twisha's head, 7 antemortem injuries. And in fact, the state has also made it clear that these could not have occurred while the body was being taken down the stairs, a flight of stairs by Samarth Singh and 2 other men, while Giribala Singh was around. In fact, the possibility of her being hit has not been ruled out in the case. A major revelation that comes in as the CBI has taken over the case's investigation from scratch. The state says that there are no possibilities of injuries other than ante-mortem injuries, the injuries that occurred before the post-mortem was conducted, before the death happened. Now, these injuries are all over on Twisha's scalps, wrist, and even elbows. Take a look at the full report to know the details.
Samarth Singh's custody has now been transferred to the CBI for further interrogation in the Twisha Sharma death case. The transfer happened moments after Samarth was produced before Bhopal court as the agency officially intensified its probe.
सर सिंपली मैं आपको समझाऊं तो ये ऑलरेडी क्योंकि एसआईटी इसको पूरी इन्वेस्टिगेशन को लीड कर रहा था, उन्होंने 7 दिन का रिमांड मांगा था। 29 तक सामर्थ जो आरोपी है इसमें, उनको एसआईटी के पास इसका पुलिस रिमांड था। अब क्योंकि सीबीआई ने इसमें एफआईआर रजिस्टर कर ली है, नोटिफिकेशन इशू हो गए, ये कॉम्पिटेंट कोर्ट नहीं है सीबीआई की केसेस सुनने के लिए, इसीलिए अब जो रिमांड है वो सीबीआई के सुपुर्द एसआईटी ने कर दिया, उसको मजिस्ट्रेट ने कंफर्म कर दिया। अब इसके आगे 29 के बाद अगर सीबीआई को लगता है तो वो फर्दर अपना रिमांड मांगेगी। तो केवल इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग एजेंसी चेंज हुई है।
Meanwhile, the Jabalpur bench of the Madhya Pradesh High Court heard petitions challenging anticipatory bail granted to Giribala Singh. Giribala Singh did not appear physically in court during the hearing.
A lot has to be fetched in this regard. The Central Bureau of Investigation has pointed out clear mishandling of the case by the Bhopal police. They have in fact met the Commissioner of Police in Bhopal. They have said that something as basic as the case diary was not complete, and this is the allegation that are being put by the Central Bureau of Investigation. They are now seeking, they have in fact now also given an application to the Jabalpur High Court seeking full and complete control in the case.
Senior advocate Siddharth Luthra, appearing for Twisha's family, questioned the investigation from the very beginning. Luthra read out WhatsApp chats exchanged between Twisha and her mother to argue that she was facing mental cruelty in her matrimonial home. He also questioned why Twisha's parents were allegedly never involved in the inquest proceedings after her death. The state government also came out heavily on Giribala Singh during arguments in court. The Advocate General alleged that Giribala violated bail conditions, failed to cooperate with investigators, and attempted to influence the narrative through public statements. Then came another major revelations in court. The state government claimed 7 injuries were found in Twisha's body.
Twisha Sharma had injuries on her body, 7 injuries on her body. She had them on her elbow, her wrist and also her scalp. When did they come? This was not post-mortem, this was ante-mortem, which means it was before her death. Who is the person who could possibly have tortured Twisha Sharma, hit her before her death, has to now be seen. The second point that he has made, which is even more crucial, is that the conduct of Giribala needs to be seen. She did not in fact adhere to the bail condition. She was not cooperative. The IO tried to tell her to join the investigation on 3 dates. However, she did not come on these 3 dates.
According to the state, the injuries could have occurred while bringing the body down and were all ante-mortem in nature. Earlier, tensions had also surfaced between the CBI and Bhopal police over alleged lapses and discrepancies in the case diary. CBI raised concerns over missing details, incomplete records, and handling of evidence. With the CBI now in full control of the investigation, Jabalpur High Court has reserved the order. A courtroom battle over bail, fresh injury claims, and the CBI tightening its grip. The Twisha Sharma case is now entering its most crucial phase yet.
And viewers, the power tussle within the Karnataka Congress unit appears far from over. And now the political suspense around Chief Minister Siddaramaia's future is only deepening. Now, key meetings with the Congress High Command were held in Delhi. Fresh developments today have once again intensified that the leadership will change in Karnataka. Siddaramaiah is scheduled to meet the governor tomorrow, and he will step down at 3 p.m. as Karnataka's Chief Minister. In fact, a huge amount of banking support from the Congress High Command for Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar was also reported. Take a look at everything that's ongoing.
Speculation over a possible leadership change in the Karnataka Congress may finally come to an end. In the latest development, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah is confirmed to resign at 3 p.m. tomorrow. Siddaramaiah is also set to host a breakfast meet tomorrow with his cabinet, including D.K. Shivakumar. Following this, the Karnataka CM is also scheduled to meet Gehlot tomorrow. This comes a day after his meeting with the Congress High Command in Delhi. This comes amid the leadership debate has been brewing within the party for months now, especially after claims that DK Shivkumar was promised the Chief Minister's post for the second half of the tenure. And now with the CM set to resign tomorrow, it is clear that the Congress High Command, along with the leaders, back DK Shivkumar. Congress leader Shivraj has confirmed that he too has been invited for the meeting.
ಸರ್ ಈಗ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಆಫೀಸಿಂದ ನನ್ನ ಆಫೀಸಿಗೆ ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ನಾಳೆ 9 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಕರೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬ್ರೇಕ್ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀನಿ.
When asked about the growing speculation over him stepping down, Siddaramaiah said he would speak on the issue tomorrow. BJP leader Shobha Karandlaje said no one can predict how or when he will make his move.
ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರು ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ.
ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರು ಹಳೆಯ ಹುಲಿ, ಯಾವಾಗ ಯಾವ ಆಟ ಆಡ್ತಾರೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವರು ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಕೊಡುವ ತನಕನೂ ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಮತ್ತು ಇದು ಅವರ ಪಕ್ಷದ ಆಂತರಿಕ ವಿಚಾರ. ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಭಾರತೀಯ ಜನತಾ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಅಥವಾ ನಾವು ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು ಬಹಳ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಒಂದೇ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು, ನೀವು ಜನರ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ 135 ಸೀಟ್ ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಜನರ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿ. ಜನರ ಕೆಲಸ ಮರೆತು ಬರೀ ಕುರ್ಚಿಗಾಗಿ ಕಾದಾಟ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ. ಯಾರು ಯಾವ ಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆಗಬೇಕು, ಯಾರು ಉಪಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆಗಬೇಕು, ಇದನ್ನೇ ಕಾದಾಟ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ. ಇದು ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡಿ, ಜನರ ನೋವನ್ನು ಆಳಿಸಿ ಅನ್ನುವಂತ ಆಗ್ರಹ ನಮ್ಮದು.
Meanwhile, Congress MLA R.V. Deshpande claimed that the Chief Minister has already decided to resign.
In English, sir, please.
CM has already decided to resign. Understand? So, I think he may resign tomorrow.
Sir, what's the other MLA's opinion, sir?
MLAs who are there here wanted him to continue. But he said, I have given a word to High Command. I have to respect that word.
And you also very close to CM Siddaramaiah, senior most. You also previously Janta, other leader also. Any suggestion to CM Siddaramaiah, sir, this moment?
No, I have not suggested anything to him. We only discussed and told him it is better you continue. But he said, no, I have already committed to High Command and hence I am resigning.
Who will be the next CM of Karnataka, sir?
I don't know. That High Command will decide.
Sources also indicate that a possible formula is being discussed where Siddaramaiah could take up a role in Delhi in exchange for stepping down as Chief Minister. With crucial meetings now lined up, the Karnataka Congress appears to be heading towards a defining political movement. All eyes are now on whether the party can resolve its power struggle without triggering a bigger crisis.
And shifting focus, India's aviation sector is facing turbulence. After reducing international operations, Air India and Indigo are now set to cut nearly 22% of their domestic flights between June and August amid soaring jet fuel prices and financial pressure. Indigo also is expected to trim operations due to rising fuel costs and weak demand. Now remember, both of these airline giants run over 90% of all domestic flights in India. So how is this exactly going to affect you and I and other air travelers? Here's a report.
Rising jet fuel prices are forcing airlines to scale back operations across India. Air India has announced a temporary reduction in frequencies on select domestic routes between June and August. Nearly 20 to 22% of airlines' domestic flights could be cut during the period. The airline had already reduced several international services earlier this month. Air India currently operates around 4,400 weekly flights, including nearly 3,600 domestic services. The airline says high fuel price and operational pressures linked to the West Asia conflict has severely impacted the operations. The aviation sector has been hit by soaring crude oil prices linked to tensions in West Asia, increasing operational costs of airlines. India's largest carrier, Indigo, is also expected to reduce domestic operations by around 7% amid high fuel prices and weak demand. Airfares could remain high as airlines deal with the rising costs and route disruptions. Air India says affected passengers will be offered alternate flights, refunds, or complimentary rescheduling options. With both Air India and Indigo scaling down services, the aviation sector is bracing for a difficult summer marked by fewer flights, higher fares, and growing uncertainty for passengers.
Now, viewers, the entire West Asia crisis, first internationally and now domestically, is leaving the travel sector in a complete haze. In fact, Air India and Indigo together form about 90% of all domestic flights in India. Let's take a look at what these slashes are going to mean for you and I and for the path going forward. Now, domestic flight operations are being slashed. Air India and Indigo will cut down domestic flights. That's what they've announced. Now, this comes after international flights have already been slashed by Air India. In fact, AI and Indigo operate over 90% of all domestic flights in India. So this slash, Air India has put a number to it, 22%. This is going to impact travelers by a huge margin. In fact, this cut down will start on the 1st of June. So just a few days from now, Air India has made an official statement that these measures, austerity measures, will be placed into perspective. Now, reduced operations will remain put for 90 days straight. That's the period that these airline giants are eyeing. So for 90 days, air travel is going to become costlier. It's going to become a lot more difficult. In fact, 22% flights for Air India will be cut down. Now, remember, they operate somewhere around 3,000 to 4,000 flights domestically, and 22% cut is a bigger number than one can imagine. Now, in fact, a 25% spike has been reported in the aviation turbine fuel, and that's the exact reason post-war, because of the aviation turbine fuel costs rising, is why these slashes are now taking place. In fact, pre-war, the price was about 80,000 per kiloliter for aviation turbine fuel, and post-war, this price has now reached 1.04 lakh rupees per kiloliter. In fact, the Air India operatives have said that they will not abandon any domestic route completely. So, of course, flights will be available, but the numbers will be reduced. Now, routes affected mainly include Ahmedabad, Nagpur, Patna and Bhopal. So major cities that see a lot of traffic are now coming under the scanner. In fact, Delhi to Hyderabad, Delhi to Bengaluru, Kolkata flights are also going to face a slash. Now, in fact, the connecting flights to Delhi and Mumbai will also be slashed starting the 1st of June, as per the official statement that's been revealed by Air India. Now, viewers, we'd be shifting focus. In a major verdict with wide political and constitutional implications, the Supreme Court has upheld the SIR, the Special Intensive Revision. Now, they have upheld the legality of the Election Commission's, in fact, CIR, which is the Special Intensive Revision, or also called the SIR, exercise of electoral rolls. Now, the verdict has now triggered a sharp political reaction between the BJP, who calls it a complete defeat of the opposition, while petitioners say the judgment validates the fairness of the entire SIR process. Here's a full report that gets you everything that you need to know, and the apex court backing the SIR. Take a look.
The Supreme Court of India has upheld the constitutional validity of SIR of electoral rolls carried out by Election Commission of India. A three-judge bench led by Chief Justice Suryakant observed that free and fair elections depend not just on polling but also on the accuracy and purity of the electoral rolls. The top court said that Election Commission has the authority to conduct special revision exercises so long as it operates within the framework of law. The court also made it clear that refusal of enrollment or deletion from voter lists do not amount to declaring someone a non-citizen. The bench said that the exercise was aimed at restoring the accuracy and integrity of electoral rolls. The court further observed that the process included adequate procedural safeguards to prevent arbitrary exclusion of voters. Petitioner and advocate Ashwini Upadhyay said that the verdict confirms that the Election Commission conducted the entire exercise in a free and fair manner.
आज माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट का एसआईआर के ऊपर फैसला आ गया है। माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा है कि एसआईआर की पूरी प्रक्रिया सही है। एसआईआर कराना ये इलेक्शन कमीशन का काम है और एसआईआर जो इलेक्शन कमीशन ने कराया है वो बिल्कुल ठीक कराया है। वो संविधान के अनुकूल है, रिप्रेजेंटेशन ऑफ पीपल एक्ट के अनुकूल है, जो कंडक्ट ऑफ इलेक्शन रूल है उसके अनुकूल है।
Meanwhile, advocate and TMC MP Kalyan Banerjee says that the verdict given by SC applies only to Bihar, not to entire India.
This judgment, which I have heard, safeguard which had been provided by the Election Commission, that was sufficient, it has been held. In principle, the Supreme Court has held that the SIR is constitutional. But the procedural safeguard has been given by the Supreme Court, so many directions have been given. Bihar judgment is not 100% applicable in Bengal case. Because it has been made very clear in this case.
The verdict has also sparked a political war of words, with BJP calling the judgment a major blow to the opposition's narrative.
After a decisive and massive defeat in Bihar and West Bengal, and after their nefarious design to instigate anarchy in the country and getting no response, so that was a moral defeat. Now on the floor of the Supreme Court, there is a complete rejection by Supreme Court on their plea on SIR. Now this can be termed as the constitutional defeat.
With this verdict, the top court has not only reinforced the Election Commission's powers, but also laid down important constitutional guardrails on electoral verification, citizenship, and the foundations of India's democratic process.
And that's a wrap for Super Prime Time. On the other side, coming up at 8 p.m, our editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami dissects UCC being passed in Assam, a state with 40% Muslim population. And beyond that, 8:30 and onwards, our campaign for Twisha continues. Stay tuned.
Co-powered by Crystal Crop Protection, देश का किसान, देश का हीरो.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ.
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट. ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े.
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े.
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे.
Character, the taste of success.
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा सिंह. MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिंह.
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा.
MDH.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ.
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला.
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this?
Co-powered by Crystal Crop Protection, देश का किसान, देश का हीरो।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा सिंह। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिंह।
जीरा सिंह, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Character, the taste of success.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma. The 33...
The Assam Assembly adopted Uniform Civil Code. We have passed the UCC and fulfill one of our commitments during the election.
40% Muslim population, UCC passed. Uniform Civil Code in Assam, a national template, debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Presenting by Zoho Business Software, trusted by 15 crore users. Co-powered by AIIMS International Institute of Hotel Management.
मैंने जब कहा कि मैं विंबलडन जीत के आऊंगा, मैं ओलंपिक मेडल जीत के आऊंगा, लोग पूछते थे, क्लास टीचर पूछते थे स्कूल में, औकात क्या है? पहला विंबलडन पहुंच के दिखा. And I felt that sometimes winning is not about talent. It is about औकात दिखाने का.
Performance leads to recognition. Recognition leads to respect, and respect leads to power. Therefore, if India wants power, it has to perform.
I was not good in mathematics, but in my music I was using mathematics. All that this is all mathematics.
मुझे देख के जब तुम यूं ठंडी आहें भरते हो, अच्छे लगते हो.
CBI questions role of Giribala. Twisha family version vindicated. Republic's campaign, arrest Giribala, debating tonight at 8:30 p.m.
Presenting by Zoho Business Software, trusted by 15 crore users. Co-powered by AIIMS International Institute of Hotel Management.
हम और दीदी, हम दोनों को अवार्ड मिलते थे, और दूसरी औरत लड़कियां गाती थी, उनको भी अवार्ड मिलना चाहिए. हमने बोला कि हम अवार्ड लेना बंद करेंगे तो अच्छा रहेगा.
Even to do a film as my first film, which is Saransh, lot of people said, अरे तुम 28, 27 के हो, तुम तो बर्बाद हो जाओगे, पहली फिल्म में बूढ़े का रोल कर रहे हो. मुझे इस बात का एहसास था कि 41 ईयर की उम्र में ये पोस्टर लगा होगा रिपब्लिक के मेरे लेजेंड के प्रोग्राम में.
My always goal was, when I started playing for India, was one day as a national team and under my captainship, during my playing days, we want to play World Cup. I want to play World Cup, FIFA World Cup. It didn't happen. I think it will happen, because in life nothing is impossible. You need to be positive.
CBI says Giribala misused liberty. 7 injuries before she was found dead. Giribala's sister oversaw autopsy, debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Presented by Amity University, ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally. Powered by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies since 1820. TVS iQube, India's favorite family EV.
जय हनुमान ज्ञान गुण सागर, जय कपीस तिहु लोक उजागर. रामदूत अतुलित बलधामा, अंजनी पुत्र पवन सुत नामा.
I think one thing we need to keep reminding people is liberty is not because you have a
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
On the show tonight, why all of India must celebrate the implementation of the Uniform Civil Code in Assam. Himanta Biswa Sarma does not waste time trying to seek consensus from the Muslim community. He just tells everyone, including the Muslim community, to accept and fall in line with the Uniform Civil Code. At 8:30 p.m., though the Supreme Court says that we should not allow the family of Twisha Sharma to speak, I believe we should, and we will give them a chance to speak on my program. And at 9 o'clock tonight, though the Chief Justice of India was very concerned and almost solely concerned about the narrative that a member of the judiciary is being given special treatment, I say, Your Honor, it is not a narrative, it is a reality, it is an absolute fact. Ladies and gentlemen, the great thing is that you do not need to pass the Uniform Civil Code in both houses of parliament for it to become a reality. With the kind of strength that the BJP has, it can one by one implement the Uniform Civil Code in state after state after state after state in India, and that is, there will be no Muslim personal law then. Every Indian citizen will be subject to the Uniform Civil Code. And all the ills of Muslim personal law, all the wrong things that are being done in the name of Muslim personal law will be removed, such as a man marrying 4 wives, polygamy will go, bigamy will go. If you're polygamous, you will be put in jail. This is very good. You cannot get 12, 13, 14-year-old girls married in the name of Muslim personal law. Legal age of marriage for men 21, for women 18. What applies to Hindus, Sikhs will also apply to Muslims. Ladies and gentlemen, the most important thing is things like nikah halala, where 12, 13-year-old girls are forcibly married and sexually abused by 75-year-old Muslim men in the name of marriage, some form of marriage, will all be rendered absolutely illegal. You can no longer get 12, 13-year-old girls married. These kind of things are bad. There will be equal succession rights for sons and daughters and for elderly parents. All these so-called love jihad will come to a stop. Anyone who is trying to do any kind of love jihad will be put, ladies and gentlemen, in jail. And tribals will be exempt. So there's no controversy on that subject either. Now, why is this so important? It is important because of the political resolve of the BJP and the determination of the re-elected Himanta Biswa Sarma, the Chief Minister of Assam, to, if necessary, push this down the throat of people who don't like it. Himanta Biswa Sarma says the Muslim population in Assam is around 40%. Even if it isn't, it is true that more than 1 out of every 3 people in Assam is Muslim. So when you implement the Uniform Civil Code in Assam, you're basically saying to the very large Muslim population that in India, they cannot have their own personal laws. Everybody is equal in India. This kind of statement requires resolve. Now, this is truly upholding secularism, gender justice, national integration, and laws for all citizens. There are a lot of people who have said that if the Uniform Civil Code is applied, then all hell will break loose. Well, has all hell broken loose in Assam? Absolutely not. People are happy. And there are some Muslims who are unhappy. To them, I would only say 3 words. If you're unhappy with the Uniform Civil Code, deal with it. There is no looking back. One nation, one law. No more special laws. Let's debate.
I am very happy to inform you that Assam Assembly has adopted Uniform Civil Code 2026. Assam will be the 3rd state after Uttarakhand and Gujarat to adopt Uniform Civil Code.
Assam is now the 4th state in India to pass the Uniform Civil Code Bill. After Gujarat, Goa and Uttarakhand, Assam now passes this integral bill. Speaking previously to our Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami, Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma explained the various demographic challenges during the elections.
Compare that village, the day when your parents were in the school and today, it has completely become a minority-dominated area.
Completely.
You can feel the pain.
Yes.
And these minority Muslims are not from our land.
Yes.
They have came from across the border in different region.
Yes.
People laughed at me when I say that in the next census, whenever the figures will come out, Assam Muslim population will be 40%. Now they say, no, you are trying to harvest political things. These are statistical representation of fact.
Despite the challenge of demography, with 40% Muslims in the state, the Assam legislature has successfully passed the UCC bill that now awaits the president's assent. The bill bans polygamy, makes registration of live-in relationships compulsory, and seeks a common legal framework for marriage, divorce, succession, and inheritance. BJP's message is simple: one constitution, one law, and Assam has now become the first state in the northeast to cross that line. The big question now is, when Muslims can live with a common code in France and more evolved personal law in Islamic Turkey, why object in India? And the bigger question, is Bengal next in line for the UCC bill?
And ladies and gentlemen, I began by saying that unfortunately for people who oppose the Uniform Civil Code, they don't have a choice anymore, Rohan. It is very sad for them because they are against the Uniform Civil Code and they think they will go to the streets and blackmail people, but they don't have a choice. They have to fall in line. This is the reality. All hardliners will have to soften their line. They will have to fall in line. Rohan, is this a strategy by the BJP to get this implemented? Uttarakhand, Assam, Gujarat, and earlier Goa. Why don't you in one shot get it implemented in all the 22 plus states where you are in power? Why don't we have that?
No, I think it's a very fair question. And I'll go back to 1948, when the UCC, which is part of Article 44 in the directive principle, and on 23rd November 1948, it was introduced in the debate regarding UCC. The arguments were made, and Muslim members, they moved amendments to keep personal laws out of its scope.
Yes.
And one of the drafting committee members defended the provisions and argued that the Uniform Civil Code was important to uphold the unity of the country and the constitutional secular credentials. The members reminded that Muslim members that this was not a provision that would affect the Muslim community alone. Even the Hindu community would be affected. They further added that the women's right could never be secured without Uniform Civil Code. This is verbatim. I am reading from the debate of constitutional uniform, and this was the opposition even then. And the same is getting repeated. when something is part of our constitution, and you are the people who are holding the copy of constitution in hand and doing politics in name of, securing the constitution, and then you are opposing UCC, then don't you feel that you are opposing constitution? You have to respect our people who have drafted the constitution. You are naming Baba Saheb Ambedkar, doing politics in name of Baba Saheb Ambedkar, and today you are insulting him by opposing UCC. And one more thing, good question, Arnav, that why we don't introduce nationally. Obviously, when these drafts are studied by the people who are opposing it, I am challenging that let them bring out one provision which is against Muslim community. Because they are playing this politics of, appeasement just to ensure that vote bank is protected.
No,
this
but
is same,
all this
like
is good, but my only complaint is, and Subbuhi probably agrees with me, why do this in slow motion? Why do one state, then 5 months, do it in one go, If I believe you must just implement it everywhere in the country and push it down the throat of people who are opposing it. Push it down their throats. Like they have pushed Nikah Halala down the throats of 13-year-old girls who they get married off to 80-year-old shameless men in the name of marriage. And you question them, they say, oh, it is our Muslim personal law. It is our right to get 13-year-old women married to 75-year-old men. Right? It is our right to have polygamy, bigamy, love jihad. I think BJP is being too slow about this. Subbuhi, what do you think? Time to just ram it in, Why Assam? Have it everywhere in India.
Yeah. Arnav, my screen is freezed. Am I audible to you?
You are audible, visible. Your screen is not frozen on air. Please continue.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for having me, Arnab, on such an important issue. I have been working on spreading awareness about UCC for many years now. And I agree to your point that we should push it down the throat of the nation because it is not a political decision, but it is a constitutional mandate. And it has been done long before. But as an officer of the court, Arnab, I also want to make one point here that there are demographical challenges, issues, and there are problems which makes it difficult for the state to make a central act or a central law in terms of uniform civil code. But as a lawyer, I believe that I think it is possible to make one uniform civil code, one common law as per the constitutional mandates, and we can exclude tribals. We can exclude tribals from UCC so that it would be easier for us to implement it in all the states at once. I congratulate Mr. Himant Biswa Sarma and the state of Assam for having this finally. And they may be the fourth state after Uttarakhand, Gujarat and Goa. Assam is the fourth state for having UCC. But in Northeast, Assam is the first state. And I want to reiterate a fact which I have repeated on your debates many a times, Arnab, that why it is of such an urgent nature, why it is of utmost importance to have it, right now. No more wait should be there because it is a matter of national integration, as you rightly said, and also gender justice. I have given so many examples of crimes which were happening in the garb of personal laws. They have been violating Indian Penal Code. Now the name is changed, but the sections are changed, but the content is same. So I'm still staying Indian Penal Code. Bigamy, polygamy was prohibited for all Indians, but Muslim men were allowed to do that. Domestic Violence Act, which prohibits physical, emotional, sexual, economic, verbal, psychological, all kinds of violence against women. quasi criminal proceedings होती हैं ना. But एक मुसलमान महिला के साथ ये सारी violence हो जाती थी. वो अगर पुलिस स्टेशन जाती थी तो उसको बोला जाता था कि no, you are covered under Sharia law, so we cannot give you the protection of Domestic Violence Act. And one worst example which I gave first time on your show only, Arnab, violation of FOXO Act. 12 साल की बच्चियों के साथ निकाह in the name of consent, in the name of personal law. Yeah. It is clear-cut violation of criminal law. It is no more personal law anymore.
I think that was the most important point.
For women protection, for gender justice, for national integration, इन सभी चीजों के लिए अब बहुत हो गया. I think सरकार को कुछ committees बना के ट्राइबल एरियाज को एक्सक्लूड करके यूसीसी को आई थिंक थ्रू आउट द नेशन अब लागू कर देना चाहिए, बिकॉज स्टेट वाइज अगर हम चलेंगे तो बहुत टाइम लगेगा.
Now, why do some Muslims support child marriage? It's a very serious and straightforward question.
Very good question. Arnab.
Why do they support child marriage? A, would this support to child marriage apply to the marriage of their own children? Would the people who support child marriage theoretically saying it is a Muslim right? The Sharia allows us to get 12-year-old, 13-year-old and 14-year-old, 15-year-old girls married. Would they do this to young girls of their own family? Now they look very shell-shocked when I ask this question, because they are saying, how is Arnab being so direct? Because I am direct. Because these are the things that happen. Child marriage is there, it's a reality. And Muslim men can force the marriage of young children to very old men, saying that it is a religious right. How is it a religious right? How is it a religious right to get young children forced into marriage? Does a 13-year-old girl, who is very often married under Muslim personal law, does she have a right to say no? Does she have a right to say no? No, she doesn't have a right. Which means, Rohan, that people like Atikur Rahman, they believe that 13-year-old girls are meant to be sexually exploited. 14-year-old girls are meant to be sexually exploited. They have no right. Which means they have to be sexually exploited and they have to be raped in the name of marriage. And if you question them, Rohan, they'll say that you are a right-winger. Why are you a supporter of child marriage, Atikur Rahman, right? Sheikh Hamir, Sheikh?
Arnab, please don't say child marriage. Say violation of POCSO Act.
Yeah, why anybody else committing a sexual act on a 13-year-old against her will would be accused of rape under the POCSO Act, and it's a non-bailable offense. But you people, you support it, you say it's okay, it's allowed. Now you look down, you'll try to avoid Sheikh. It's such a straight question, I asked you 4 times.
Or no, child marriage, when you're talking about child marriage is not legally permissible in the Indian Constitution. As per the Indian law,
as per your Muslim personal law,
this bill,
as per your Muslim personal law, as per your Muslim personal law, is it allowed?
Arnab, when you're talking about...
As per your Muslim personal law, answer Subuhi, is it allowed?
Arnab, we are talking about the Indian Constitution.
I'm talking about your Muslim personal law. Does it allow the marriage of a 14-year-old girl?
We are not against the
No,
reform.
as per your Muslim personal law, is it allowed?
As per Muslim personal law, the reforms have been done.
So it's done, it happens.
No.
The answer is clear. What are these windows being made? 1 second.
No, you are talking about, Arnab,
why do you allow it? Why do you allow the marriage of 13, 14-year-old
What is
girls?
the uniformity in this Uniform Civil Code? Directive Principles of State Policy talks about the Uniform Civil Code. And the government...
No, 1 minute. Yes, it talks. I am asking you.
We all know these things.
Why do you want 12, 13
You know
year old
nothing.
girls to be
This
married?
is a select...
Very often a 13-year-old girl becomes the fourth wife.
Nothing. Every law
fourth wife of a 70-year-old.
Parliament right now, or by any particular assembly ruled by the Bharatiya Janata Party, it's a selective approach against a particular community, against a particular people who belong to a particular religion. Why scheduled tribes have been kept out of this bill?
Which particular religion? You mean Muslims?
Why have been Muslims kept out of this bill?
Arnab, let me give you one more example. As per Sharia
Child
law,
marriage is happening
mother
in
is
Hindus
not
as well.
the natural guardian of her own child. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
किस लेवल का अब्यूज, किस लेवल की जो है स्टूपिडिटी होती है, किस लेवल की अनपढ़पंती होती है एक मुसलमान महिला जो बच्चे को अपने पेट में रखती है, 9 महीने कोख में रखती है, as per Sharia law, she is not the natural guardian of her own child. In case of husband's death, either chacha, tau, dada,
listen to me. Stop targeting Muslims like this. Don't use such language against the Muslim women. Don't
child marriage even in Hindus is wrong.
This is as per
Ma'am, there are many tribes in India. There are many tribes in India. Let me inform you. Let me give you some information, some knowledge to you.
You cannot bring religion here.
India where
Child marriage is wrong in any religion. You cannot defend child marriage.
What about that?
puberty पे पहुंच जाती हैं।
आप कैसे
12 साल की बच्चियों के साथ निकाह को जायज बोलना मैंने पर शरिया लॉ।
This is the purpose of UCC, that we have to ensure that these kind of things are not there. How can you justify child marriage whether it is Hindu or Muslim? Why are you making Hindu-Muslim issue?
Nobody is justifying
Whoever
child marriage.
it is wrong is wrong.
It is you.
Then why are you saying that it is happening in Hindu? So you are justifying child marriage. You want to tell that because if it is done in Hindus, it is justified.
It's
no.
happening in Hindus. It's happening
When you
in
say that it
Muslims.
as
We
per
are not
constitution
against
is
the
wrong,
reforms.
why it should
We
be
are
part
not
of Muslim
against the
personal law?
reforms.
It should not
We
be
are
part
not-
of that. People shouldn't speak in favor of it. There are certain wrongdoing which was there in any religion. If you see Hindu religion, there was something called Shati Pratha. It was completely wrong. And then it was completely stopped. So when there is an improvement, where as a country we have to grow together, and there are certain wrong things in the religious things, if we correct that together, why are you making it Hindu-Muslim? My simple question is that something wrong is wrong, whether it is Hindu, Muslim, anything. We have to welcome this.
Who is making
Our
it Hindu versus
constitution-
Muslim?
You
It is
talk about constitution, then you are opposing the constitution.
let me tell you,
By
Mr.
opposing
BJP, let me tell
UCC.
you, it's not about,
Why
we are not making it
are you
Hindu-Muslim.
so much into
We are
Muslim
not making
Sharia
it
and personal
Hindu-Muslim.
law? India is India. India is driven by constitution. This is the message or this is the narrative of opposition.
Look, who is
Then why
talking
are you
about the
going against
constitution? Do you people follow constitution?
No.
Do you have any idea?
I
what
think
the-
enough of an opportunity has been
Do you have any
provided
idea
through
what the
public
preamble
debate,
of the
Sheikh.
Constitution says?
Sheikh.
Do you have any idea what the preamble of the Constitution says? What is secularism?
1 minute, Sheikh. Enough of an opportunity has been provided through public debate in this country for certain sections of Islamic law to reform themselves. You could have, if you wanted, said that we will stop child marriage. But you say that having children married is your right. You could have stopped nikah halala. No, you said sexual exploitation of teenage girls by
These are all creations
75-year-old
and manufactured
Muslim
by
men
you
is
people.
allowed. You could have
These
stopped
are
triple
manufactured by
talaq.
you
You said
only.
no.
Child marriage
We have to be
prohibition
able
act
to
is
throw
already
out a
there.
woman,
Child
throw out a
marriage
woman
prohibition
from
act
our
is
house
already
by
there.
saying triple talaq 3 times. You could have
When you are
said
talking-
we will stop
when you are talking
polygamy.
about
You
uniform
said
civil
no.
code,
We must have
when
4
you're talking
wives
about
each.
uniform civil code, you have
My
to also
question is, you have not reformed. You have been opposed to reform.
Arnab, give me
You are
1 minute.
anti-reform.
Give me 1 minute,
You are
Arnab.
being
When
medieval in your
talking about-
point of view.
Give me 1 minute.
And now you will have to change. Atikur
lecturing
Rahman,
us.
you will have
Stop
to change.
lecturing. We
Since
are
you
not
have
here
not
to- we
wanted
are
to
not here to
change,
lecture.
you will be forced to change. The only
When you're
way
talking
now
about
is to
uniform
force
civil
people
code,
like you
uniform
to
civil
change.
Code is the directive principles of state policy, but you don't talk about the fundamental rights guaranteed by the Indian Constitution.
I will talk
whereby
about the
you have to
directive
respect the
principles. You admit that
religious-
you are
religious
avoiding
rights.
what is in the Constitution.
Nobody is avoiding. Nobody is avoiding.
Yeah, you are avoiding it.
Nobody is avoiding. You are talking about uniform. Is there any uniformity when you are already respecting that there is a
opposing it, not avoiding
diversity,
it.
keeping scheduled tribes out of this
He is
uniform civil
opposing
code? Then you are only targeting Muslims. Child marriage is happening only in Muslims? No. There is already law. Child
But you are rationalizing it, Rohan.
Yes.
Child marriage may happen
child
outside
marriages
in
are
other
not
communities
happening
too.
only in Muslims.
But in the
But
Muslim
the practice
community, if
for
it happens, it
Muslims
is
is
justified.
happening only-
Subhohi, you want to
Come
add?
out of this,
saying.
every debate is
Why
regarding
he is
Muslim,
justifying
Muslim,
it?
Muslim, and
He
Muslim.
should say that he
Today,
is against any kind
we
of
are
child
celebrating
marriage. That's
Eid
what I
today.
told Arnab.
We are celebrating
He
Eid
cannot
today.
do
What is
that.
happening throughout India, especially in UP, MP, Assam, Bengal? What you people are doing there?
What is you people?
You have made
What
this
are you
country
saying
hell.
you people are
You have
doing?
made this country
What
hell for
Who is you
Muslims.
people? Who is you people?
What do you mean by you people?
Who is you people?
You
What do you mean
people
by you?
carrying the ideology,
What
the
do you mean by
fascist
you?
ideology.
Are you not in India? You are not Indian. This is the problem with you people. You are part of India and you are Indian.
No, it's not your India.
Are you
India should be
Indian?
more important than the
Are you an
religion.
Indian?
This is the basic problem.
My-
Are you
my India
an
is not
Indian? Do you
India.
carry an Indian passport? Do you have any loyalty
You are
to your
behaving like
country?
Nazis.
India first.
Do
You
you
are
have
behaving
loyalty
like
to your
Nazis.
country? What do you mean, you
You are
people?
behaving like Nazis. You are
What do you
fascists.
mean, you people?
These kind of
What do you
people,
mean, you
how are
people?
you calling the debate?
You are not
What do you mean by
working
you
in the
people?
We are not working in the interest of nation.
Why did you say
are
you people?
working in your own personal interests. Trying to satisfy yourself.
This is the reality of these people, Arnav. This is the reality of these people. That's why people don't trust this kind of people.
What do you mean by these people?
What do you mean by you people? You are justifying it. You have to put country first, my friend, not the religion. You must understand.
What country first? What country first?
By constitution.
What country? You lynch Muslims. You lynch Muslims. You lynch Muslims. I'll say about.
Congress party representative says what country first? Please watch. Shubhi, did you see that? A Congress party representative on my program says what country first? Well, my country, Bharat. Be proud that you are a Bharatiya. भारतीय नागरिक है आप. भारत के पासपोर्ट को लेके घूम रहे हैं.
अरे भारत के लोगों के
संभल के बात करिए. व्हाट कंट्री फर्स्ट?
भारत की बात करते हो. भारत की
पाकिस्तानी नहीं हो आप.
लोगों के खिलाफ बात करते हो.
पाकिस्तान की पासपोर्ट नहीं है आपकी. आपकी क्या पाकिस्तानी पासपोर्ट है? Do you carry a Pakistani passport?
You are criminals.
Do you carry a Pakistani passport that you say what people, what country?
Don't challenge me. I'm Indian. This is enough. Enough is enough.
Why did you say
every morning, in every debate, every prime time, you are only discussing about
because you're getting worked up when I say there will be no child marriage. Why do you want children to be married? I just answered the question. So we ask him the question. What satisfaction does he get by seeing a 13-year-old Muslim girl forcibly married?
Mr. Sheikh,
we're getting under his skin, and we're going to get more under his skin now.
Child marriages are child marriages happening only in Muslims? No, absolutely not. Hindus में भी child marriages अगर होती हैं, तो वो चाइल्ड मैरिज एक्ट के अंतर्गत कोई भी कंप्लेन करता है, उसको मान लेते हैं, उसको क्राइम मानते हैं, या फिर कई बार शादी करते हैं. तो इस तरह से होता है कि जब बड़े होंगे तब रुखसती होगी, तब वो शादी कंज्यूमेट होती है. What do you think about मिस्यार निकाह? मुसलमानों में चाइल्ड मैरिज को भी नाम नहीं दूंगी, मैं उसको वायलेशन ऑफ पॉक्सो एक्ट बोलूंगी, क्योंकि वो शादियां भी नहीं होती हैं, उन बच्चियों को रखा भी नहीं जाता है अपने साथ. What are your views about
If we start debating about what is happening if we start debating, madam, if we start debating what's happening in Hindu religion, what Hindus are doing, we don't want to debate that. We don't want to debate that.
The marriage expires. The validity of marriage ends. No closure, no maintenance, no divorce and no marriage. Only rape. Only violation of POXO Act. In the name of Misyar
Atikur hasn't said anything.
You are calling it rape.
Because he has nothing to say.
When Muslims are marrying, you are calling it rape. How unfortunate. And you are being allowed to talk. You are being allowed to talk.
And accept the fault and rectify the problems. If you have no guts and moral courage to do that, at least do some Google online and research. Misyar nikah to sirf मुसलमानों में होता है मेरे भाई.
मेरी बहन जहाँ होता है उनसे पूछिए, उनसे पूछिए. Let me tell you, madam. There are. Let me inform you something. Let me tell you something. There are so many tribes in India. There is one tribe in India where the granddaughter marries her grandfather. What about that? What about that?
This uniform civil code does not apply to tribal communities.
Do you know about marriage by probation?
Atikur Rahman, I'll give you a word in right now because you're a supporter of polygamy. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Do you know
Thank you, Arnav, for Uniform Civil Code.
Why scheduled tribes are kept out of Uniform Civil Code in the Assam bill?
A Uniform Civil Code based on gender justice and gender equality shall be a welcome step. A Uniform Civil Code should be coming from the Parliament. Different states passing a different law is not uniform. Uttarakhand Uniform Civil Code has been challenged and the High Court is questioning. So the BJP is silent on that part. Why has the Uttarakhand bill been challenged in the court and the High Court has certain questions? Why are you asking the intervention of the parents when the two adults want to have a married life? Why is there an intervention of the parental control? These are many questions which is not based on gender justice and gender equality. And how can we expect this from BJP, which is deeply rooted as a misogynist and patriarchal RSS-led government? They are having rapists in their parties. The Prime Minister roams with rapist people in the parliament. How can we expect a gender justice and gender equality based UCC from such a party? So you have to come clean on it, sir.
Are you with Constitution or against Constitution?
Look here and then, you just answer the questions of the Uttarakhand High Court. The Uttarakhand High Court have asked questions from the government of Uttarakhand that why the parental control on adult lives. You are unable to answer, sir.
No. You don't mislead. I'll answer this. Now, the basic issue is the way he started that, okay, UCC with this is welcome. The first of all, you people have to agree whether you are against the idea of UCC or you are with the idea of UCC. That is my question number one. Question number two, if you are against the idea of UCC, don't you feel that you are against the constitution of the country? That is point number two. Point number three, UCC is now implemented in 3 states. I want one, provision where it is against Islam or against Muslims specifically. You are just, the debate is that this UCC is against particular community. Yes, UCC might have pluses and minuses. I'm not denying. You definitely have few suggestions. It can improve UCC. That's all fine. But the narrative which is made by you people that UCC is against minority community, I want evidence of that. Now you have 3 states. Just read the draft, read the final draft and see. Come out with the national debate that yes, these are the points which are against the Muslims. Everybody will be with you, your community, but don't mislead. The same thing you did in Waqf Board. Waqf Board was administrative board. It is not there in Islamic countries. The Waqf Board Amendment Act was to ensure that the misuse of the Waqf Board property by the bodies is stopped.
One very important point. One of the reasons why chauvinistic Muslims...
Can you tell me?
Sheikh, 1 minute. Sheikh, don't interrupt. Chauvinistic Muslims, anti-women, men who are Muslims... Misogynistic Muslims... They don't want Muslim women to get their fair share of property. The real issue, which nobody wants to talk about, is about property. Muslim men would want to deny Muslim women a right to succession. Himanta Biswa Sarma says we have to modernize succession so that daughters and sons get their fair share. Right? Now, Owaisi says that the UCC allows daughters to be denied their fair share. It applies to cases only where the person writes a will. What he does not say is that the right to write a will and distribute your own property as you choose is a fundamental right that exists in every democracy. The Uniform Civil Code does not create that right. It already exists. What the Uniform Civil Code does, Sheikh, and is to protect daughters when there is no will through an equal distribution framework. Now, many Indians do not write their will. What happens in those cases? Daughters do not get a single rupee in terms of inheritance. Chauvinistic Muslim men are very happy with that because they do not want women to get any fair share of property rights. But they want to sexually exploit 13-year-old girls by making them the 4th wife of a 70-year-old man. And then they want to commoditize women by getting a 12-year-old girl married to an 80-year-old man in the form of nikah halala and say it is our right to exploit that girl.
Whatever narrative.
And if you ask any questions about it, we will say you're anti-Muslim. No, sir, you're anti-humanity, Sheikh. You're anti-humanity, and only I will tell you that on your face.
Or the Parliament of
on
India,
your face.
which goes against our Quran.
It doesn't go.
Or Sharia based on the Quran will not accept that. Whatever may be the case, will not accept.
You have no choice right now. You fall
will
in
not accept. It's not about choice. Just because you people are ruling like anything, you have become fascist.
What do you mean
and Nazis,
ruling like anything?
Will not accept
Explain
anything
the word ruling like anything.
Or any law based on the Quran.
Okay, one minute. Sheikh, okay, since you talk about the directive principles of state policy, may I ask you which article of the Constitution asks for a uniform civil code? You tell me.
It's in the directive principles of state policy.
Which article, Baba? You're a lawyer.
All these should be Article 40 or something.
I'm not sure. It's Article 44, not Article 40 or something.
44, yes.
Yeah. And does Article 44 carry constitutional status imposing a duty on the state while making the laws?
No, these principles
what do you
should be
mean
kept in mind while framing
What do
policy.
you mean no?
That's
What do you mean no? Was
are.
this passed by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, who was the chairman of the drafting committee of the Constitution of India? Did he strongly support a uniform civil code?
Are you teaching me about directive principles of state policy?
I am teaching you because you need to be taught.
Are you? No, directive
because you are an
principle
illiterate man.
As per the constitution, director principles
And because
of
you
state
abused
policy,
my country on the
they
program
completely
today.
differ with the fundamental rights. You are mixing these two. While framing the policies, the legislators should keep these things, keep these principles in the mind while framing the policies. It's not constitutionally, you are not bound.
I've cornered you. By the way, Ambedkar
It is the
said,
duty of the state. It is clearly mentioned. And it is also mentioned that Uniform Civil Code cannot be enforceable by any court of law. That means only an elected government can have it. Only an elected government can implement it. Only an elected government has the duty to pass this law in the favor of citizens, 140 crore people, to have a common law, to have gender justice for everyone, irrespective of their caste, creed, and religion.
And can I tell you, Sheikh, since you know nothing, I'll tell you one more thing about history. Sheikh, one minute, Sheikh. Sheikh, don't keep moving your hand like this. Rohan, there were two committees. There were two committees which recommended Uniform Civil Code twice before the independence of India. First was in 1925 and the second was in 1937. And Rohan, do you know who the head of those two committees was? It was one man. You know which man it was who said we must have a Uniform Civil Code, Rohan? It was Motilal Nehru's son, Jawaharlal Nehru. Now he has nothing to say, Rohan.
Look at his expression.
Look at his expression.
Either you are with the constitution.
He will include Jawaharlal Nehru also, you people. Then he addressed us as a you people. So now Jawaharlal Nehru is also in that you people. I will state, Arnav, I'll just state this article 44 states that the state shall, I'm using word shall. You know what is the difference between shall and will? The state shall endeavor to secure for the citizens a uniform civil code throughout the territory of India. These are the specific words which are mentioned. Shall.
What does shall mean?
The state shall.
What does shall
mean? You tell me.
It's not will.
You tell me.
It's not will. It's not mandatory.
What is it talking?
It's not mandatory.
Arnav, I don't know what kind of people you are calling in the debate.
I'm shocked.
You just go.
You are yourself saying it's not will, it's shall.
What are you talking? What are you talking? Just go to the directive principles, and Article 37 says, even if directive principles, this thing, nevertheless, the fundamentals, the governance, fundamental in the governance of the country. So directive principles are the fundamental in the governance of the country.
The writing is on the wall. The writing is on the wall.
I don't know what to say.
I think the great thing about what happened in Assam today is that it leaves everyone, including the Muslim population in Assam, with no choice but to comply. Now, viewers, I have no intention to oppose the Supreme Court of India. But I disagree with the view of the Supreme Court that the family members of Twisha Sharma should be gagged. And since the Honorable Supreme Court has not technically forced me to gag them, but only put out an advisory that the family members of Twisha Sharma should not be spoken to or should not be interviewed, since they have not forced me to do it, I will continue to interview and speak to members of Twisha Sharma's family. And that is why I have called her brother today on the program, Major Harshit. He is also a serving Indian Army officer. And I'm putting Major Harshit on air, and I will take Twisha's father also on air, because with the greatest of respect to the Supreme Court, this whole idea of the Chief Justice of India, Justice Surya Kant, that the family members speaking will be creating a narrative is completely wrong and completely unacceptable. Well, Major Harshit, thanks for joining us. Before I come to a quick report on what has happened, the Jabalpur High Court has laid open completely Giribala, the ex-judge's manipulation in the Twisha Sharma case. Today's arguments, which we are reporting on now, have pinned the blame of the misuse of power and position on this dangerous ex-judge, Giribala Singh. Let's debate.
Heated arguments, sharp exchanges, and explosive claims inside Jabalpur High Court today. the Twisha Sharma case took another dramatic turn. Solicitor General Tushar Mehta, appearing before the court, argued that relief to Giribala Singh was granted in a hurried manner.
सर मैं जानता हूँ आप ज़्यादा बात नहीं कर पाएंगे इस केस के बारे में, लेकिन अभी आज की हियरिंग के बाद आपकी कैसी अपेक्षा है कोर्ट से कि क्या ऑर्डर पास करें?
देखिए हमारी तो पॉजिटिव ही रहेगी, हम अपने सर का पॉजिटिव ही देखते हैं हम हर चीज़ को.
He further argued that the accused was wielding power in the institution and claimed repeated press conferences by Giribala Singh had the potential to influence witnesses connected to the case. In a significant argument, SG Tushar Mehta told the court that Giribala was granted anticipatory bail even before the FIR was registered. Not just that, the Solicitor General also pointed at possible tampering of evidence as the scene of offence was only sealed after granting of anticipatory bail. Senior advocate Siddharth Luthra, appearing for Twisha Sharma's family, also raised strong objections. During the hearing, senior advocate Siddharth Luthra argued that the Bhopal court order granting anticipatory bail to Giribala was premature, passed without her joining the investigation even for a single day. In a major claim before the High Court, the Madhya Pradesh government said injuries found on Twisha Sharma's body were antemortem in nature and could have been caused during a struggle or scuffle.
गिरिबाला सिंह की जो एंटिसिपेटरी बेल हुई थी उसके खिलाफ दो तरह से चैलेंज किया गया था. एक त्विषा के परिवार की ओर से पिटीशन लगाई गई थी और एक शासन की ओर से पिटीशन लगाई गई थी. चूंकि सीबीआई ने मैटर टेक ओवर कर लिया है, इसलिए आज सीबीआई की तरफ से ये दरखास्त आई थी कि अब मैटर उसके पास है, इसलिए जो शासन की तरफ से पिटीशन लगी थी उसमें सीबीआई का नाम अब शासन के साथ आ गया है.
The claim has now added a new dimension to the case. The central agency also raised questions over the presence of Giribala Singh's sister during the post-mortem and wants to investigate whether the process was influenced in any manner. Republic TV's relentless coverage has exposed multiple lapses, raising questions on how the former judge was given bail on death of a daughter-in-law. Now all eyes are on the court's order in the case that the nation has its eyes on.
Major Harshit, your first comment on what has been happening in the courtroom today, because a lot of details have now come out about how your sister was possibly severely assaulted before she died. Your comments on the fresh information that is coming out and the way the case is moving now, with the CBI stepping in. Can you unmute yourself, Harshit? Can't hear you. I can't hear you. I wish your audio was checked before we went live. Can you speak to me? No, I cannot speak to you. The production team tells me that I should be hearing you, but trust me, I can't. Very difficult to do this without an audio line. We'll fix the audio. I've been asked by the production team to give them 10 seconds to fix the audio. I don't know how they will do this in 10 seconds. I can't hear you at all. But I will continue speaking till then, and I'll keep reporting on what has happened while my production team gets its act together. No, sir. This is very unfortunate. Ladies and gentlemen, while we fix this, and this is absolutely embarrassing, I just want to point out here that Giribala Singh, retired judge, secured anticipatory bail on 15th May 2026. Today, the case is going on in the Jabalpur High Court. We expect that anticipatory bail to be cancelled. Now, many senior advocates have got into this case. Senior advocate Siddharth Luthra called the decision to give Giribala Singh anticipatory bail as a rash order which has been granted without any meaningful investigation. And the general opinion of the people is this, that it is because Giribala has a judicial background, that she is an ex-judge, that she is given this kind of swift relief which would never be given to any other ordinary accused. And I am shocked and surprised that the Honorable Chief Justice of India, who we look up to deliver justice, was more concerned about a narrative being set against the judiciary. That is where I believe the Honorable Chief Justice of India has made a terrible mistake, because the Honorable Chief Justice of India should be considering the fact that this judge filed the bail plea even before the police registered the FIR, which means the police did not do any meaningful investigation and the bail was given. Major Harshit, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Major Harshit, a lot of people are calling in to you. If you want to speak to Major Harshit, you can call in now. He's fighting for his sister. He must never be alone in this. And while we do that, I can show that on the camera. Please show the camera. We have Harshit's father, Twisha's father, walking in right now. This is the first time that I'm meeting him. Camera 2 can show him sitting in. Please, sir. Welcome. Please sit. Camera 2. Yes. That's Major Harshit's father, Twisha's father, Navnidhi Sharma, who is being mic'd up, sitting to my right this evening. The bottom grid should change. Speak to Twisha Sharma's family, it should say, and call Twisha Sharma's father and brother should be what we should put on the grid out there. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you, Navnidhi Sharma, for coming. पहली बात तो ये है कि एक तरह से गैग ऑर्डर है आप पर. गैग ऑर्डर है, यानी कि आपको बोला गया है कि आपको कुछ बोलना नहीं चाहिए. ये कैसी सिचुएशन है? एक पिता को कोर्ट कह रही है कि अपने बेटी के मृत्यु के बारे में चुप रहे. इस पर तो आप बोल सकते हैं कि व्हाट इज योर फैमिली गोइंग थ्रू बिकॉज ऑफ दिस?
सर, हमारा घर जो जहाँ हम रहते हैं सर, वो बेटी ने ही बनाया था पूरा, और हमारे लिए भोपाल में लड़ाई लड़ना, फिर भी हम वहाँ मर रहे थे, पर यहाँ आकर के वो हाउंटिंग हो गया हमारे लिए. एक एक चीज़ मेमोरी हमारे को एकदम रिवाइव होके आ गई है. मैं और मेरी वाइफ के लिए बहुत डिफ़िकल्ट हो जाएगा. उसने अपना रूम बनाया था, बहुत लव करती थी उससे. बाथरूम्स बनाए थे उसने अपने, पेंटिंग्स थी उसकी. शी वॉज मल्टी टैलेंटेड गर्ल सर. वो पूरा अपना क्रिएटिविटी में पूरा प्लांट्स थे उसके. तो उस घर में जब अभी आए हैं सर, अभी तो एकदम जो है एक शॉक वेव टाइप लगी हुई है सर घर में सारा दिमाग.
कितने दिनों बाद आप आए अपने घर में?
सर ये मेरे को महीने हो गया सर ऑलमोस्ट. हम लोग नसीराबाद चले गए थे. नसीराबाद से फिर हम लोग ये 15 दिन भोपाल चले गए सर, और अभी वापस आए.
12 तारीख आप कहाँ थे? Where were you on the 12th?
नसीराबाद में थे सर.
You were speaking to your daughter when this happened?
Yeah, I was speaking regularly. बात हो रही थी सर.
Can you tell me about the last phone call that you made to your daughter? When was that last phone call?
Last 9:41 पर करीब मेरी बात हुई है उससे. 9:41 लास्ट कॉल हुई है उससे.
9:41 PM on 12th.
हाँ, 12th.
क्या बात हुई आपकी पूरी? Just explain everything. And while this is on live, I wish to tell the people on the desk to change the grid. Yes. And I wish to tell the production and desk team to put the calls in through to me and put the names on camera 4, please. Thank you very much. Yes, आप बताइए 9:41 PM को कौन-कौन थे लाइंस पर आपके साथ? सिर्फ आप थे और तुषा थी?
हाँ, मेरे को अलग से कॉल किया था, सेपरेट कॉल.
She called you that day?
करती रहती थी कॉल, हमेशा रेगुलर कॉल.
What happened that day? That was the last phone call.
हाँ, लास्ट कॉल पर थोड़ा सा ऐसा लग रहा था, घबराई हुई सी लग रही थी. मैंने कहा क्या हुआ, तो थोड़ा रो रही थी.
She called you?
She called me. और 2 मिनट ही उसने मतलब बात की.
क्या
बोला कि पापा कुछ ठीक नहीं है यहाँ पर, कुछ ठीक नहीं है. मैंने कहा आई एम कमिंग. मैंने इतना ही बोला कि फोन उसने कहा कि मैं आई विल कॉल मम्मी को बात करती हूँ.
She said she will call back.
हाँ, she will call back, but
did she mention anything about her husband being there?
नहीं, उतनी बात ही नहीं हो पाई ना. उसने मम्मी से फिर ज़्यादा बात करती थी वो.
उसके बाद
हाँ.
You handed the phone to your wife?
मम्मी को अलग से कॉल किया, सेपरेट कॉल करती थी. उसका मम्मी से क्या, लड़कियों का मम्मी से ज़्यादा कन्वर्सेशन रहता है, मेरे से टू द पॉइंट रहता था।
तो she called your wife that day, that evening?
हाँ, कॉल किया।
What time?
उसका बात चली है करीब 10:05 तक उसकी बात चली है, 10 बजे तक बात चली है उसके बाद।
How long was that phone call?
अब ये मुझे एग्जैक्टली नहीं पता, मैं लगभग 4-5 मिनट ज़्यादा।
क्या बात हुई उनकी अपनी मदर से?
वही बता रही थी कि मेरे को यहाँ चलेगा नहीं, ऐसा उसने मतलब इंडिकेट किया कि यहाँ नहीं चलेगा, एंड शी विल कम बैक। 15th की टिकट थी उसकी, तो 15 की टिकट्स को लेकर के बोल रही थी कि 15 की टिकट है, या तो बोले आप आ जाओ या वो आ जाएगी, ऐसा उसने इंडिकेशन दिया था। ऐसा कोई घबराने का साइन नहीं दिया था उसने।
सुसाइड वाली बात?
हाँ, कोई ऐसी बात नहीं लग रही थी।
नहीं लग रही
थी। दिन में तो बहुत नॉर्मल।
फिर क्या हुआ? आफ्टर एट व्हाट टाइम इज हर डेथ रिकॉर्डेड?
क्योंकि वही लास्ट जो कॉल हुई तो उसमें पीछे से जो एकदम जब कॉल ड्रॉप हुआ ना, बात करते करते कॉल ड्रॉप हुआ और पीछे से आवाज़ आई इनको इनकी मम्मी को लगा कि वो समर्थ की आवाज़ थी।
अच्छा,
ऐसा फील हुआ उनको कि समर्थ की आवाज़ थी, और उसमें वो पूछ रहा था किससे बात कर रही है, और उसके बाद वो फ़ोन ड्रॉप हो गया है। दैट इज़ द लास्ट थिंग। तो ये घबरा गई है कि फ़ोन ड्रॉप कैसे हो गया। वापस से कॉल कर रही है तो वो कॉल उठा नहीं रही है, फ़ोन उठा नहीं रही है। तो समर्थ को कॉल किया, गिरिबाला जी को कॉल किया, उन्होंने भी नहीं उठाया। काफ़ी देर बाद जाके फ़ोन उठाया तो बोलती जाके देखती हूँ मैं, और उसके कुछ समय पश्चात जब कॉल आया तो
कितने बजे कॉल आया?
अब एग्जैक्टली तो मुझे नहीं पता है, पर ये एक तकरीबन 20-25 मिनट का गैप रहा होगा।
So viewers, if you listen to this, Harshit, can you unmute yourself again? Are you muted again? Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah, you are saying something, please.
Sir, we tried calling them again and again. We were all sitting in the same room, so everybody was calling frantically at that point. After the third or the fourth call, they picked up one time at around 10:17, 10:15, wherein she just said that to my wife, she said there is no pulse and she is not breathing.
Who
So
said
everybody
this to you?
got very panicky.
Who said this to you?
Giribala said this to my wife.
Keep those 3 windows on, please. Thank you. Avoid that. Yeah. Giribala said this to your wife.
Yes. And after that, the next call which she picked up, she just said she's no more. She's not breathing, she's no more. And post that, the first call which she made from her end was at 10:56. Because I was just going through the logs today just to make a timeline. So I'm very thorough with the timings here. 10:56 was the first call that she made from her end to tell us any inputs.
Okay, so I'm going to take a small break at this point, because though my PCR has not told me, I think I need to go to a break. I will just say one thing to you. To all the people watching my program who are calling me tonight saying you're defying the Supreme Court, I am not defying the Supreme Court. If letting the victim's family speak about what happened that day is defying the Supreme Court, then I'm sorry, so be it. Republic is an independent news network, the largest in the country. We are doing our service. To Major Harshit and to Navnidhi ji, I want you to stay, because people of this country want to talk to you, Major. They want to connect with you, Navnidhi ji. And we are with you. So I'll take a small break. Then we'll come back. We'll take this discussion forward. Harshit, sir, we'll take a small break. After that, the truth about what the narrative is and what it isn't.
जब अपना कोई मूव किसी को मूव करता है ना यार, फील आ जाती है।
भाई तू अपना है, तेरा सफर मुझे भी करना है। तूने प्रूफ कर दिखाया यार, एनीबॉडी कैन ड्रीम।
मुझे लगा